Hello, everyone. This is the 12th of September, 2020, and again, we're hosting another phone conference for the entity that we're generally organizing under, called the Supreme Court of Law for the United States of America. That name is here because there presently is no court of law for the United States of America, or for Canada, or for probably every other nation on this earth. And we're trying to bring everything to a higher standard. America's preamble of our present Constitution document starts out with a more perfect union. We're taking those words seriously, and we're trying to make things a little bit more perfect by having our Supreme Court of the nation actually comply with the rules of law. So anyway, that's the entity that we're operating under, and everybody is welcome to participate so long as they comply with the rules of the common law and behave as qualified electors. There's lots of room in God's kingdom here, in the kingdom of truth and justice and peace, and you just got to be an honorable person. That's the only thing. We don't think that's too much to ask of people. And whoever's got the dog barking in the background, please mute yourself there.
Well, I've been trying to mute myself. I can't find a mute button on this. I find this program to be very frustrating. Where do you hit the mute button?
If you don't see it, you can always use *6 on your dial pad, and then *6 to unmute yourself as well. If you have a dial pad on your...
I'm trying to find it here.
How are you dialed in? Are you coming in through your computer?
I'm on a computer, but there should be a mute button on the computer, correct?
Yes, there should. If you're coming in through the computer, there should be a mic there somewhere on the application.
Lower left corner.
No, I don't see it. That's what I mean. It's confusing me. Give me a second here. Sorry about that.
On my
Dallas,
screen, it's lower left corner.
Yeah, it's on the very bottom, Dallas. It's the lower left, far left of the bar at the very bottom of your screen.
No, doesn't tell me that there, mine. Which I find. I'm using the web browser.
Yeah.
Oh.
Web browser. Okay, I saw that option, and I've not used that, so I don't know what that looks like.
Let me see if I go to participants. Nope, I go to participants. I can't mute.
If you can see the bar at the bottom of your screen,
did that
has,
mute me?
Well, in the lower left corner, left corner of the bar.
Yeah, I hit *6. That didn't work either.
Okay, I tell you what, though, I can mute you from my end at this point, but the problem is, if you have something to say,
I know.
How do I know that how do you identify that?
Till the dog stop barking for now. If the dog starts barking, just mute me. I'm just going to listen anyway, so.
All right.
Sorry about
that.
All right. Well, glad to have you with us, Dallas. Hopefully we'll figure these things out as we go. I do like to go through the formality of a brief opening prayer. Unless somebody screams at me, I'm going to start right now. Champion of truth and justice in the universe, which many of us believe to be of the Abrahamic tradition and perfected by Jesus Christ in the idea of Yahweh Jehovah. Please send us your Holy Spirit to help us all to put our shoulders together to the same project of advancing truth and justice in an efficient manner, in an honorable manner, where we're not quibbling with each other, but we are maintaining a standard of higher behavior here, and we're trying to work together as a body politic, a community of people that is truly concerned about each other and concerned about the welfare of the good people on this planet. And as the example was set forth by your precious Son, Jesus Yeshua, about 2,000 years ago. And in his name, we humbly pray these things. Amen. Okay, thank you all for indulging me in that little ritual there.
Excuse me,
And
Charles, if I may, just to identify who's just joined us. Yes, that where the noise just came from. Who? You've just muted yourself.
Sorry, Rich, California.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Welcome. Charles, I yield.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Rich. And Shane just came in too. Hi, Shane. All right. And the first item on our agenda, well, the second item. Come on.
Cynthia Moore.
Cynthia. Hi, Cynthia.
Hi. I don't know if I was on or not because I'm not computer-wise, and it looked like I am.
You're coming across loud and clear. Welcome.
Great.
Yes, let me. Item 2 is do people have new items to place on the agenda? That's item number 2 on our agenda. Does anybody have any case or issue that they would like to place on the agenda? And we can do that again later, but I just want to go through the ritual in case somebody has something prominent that they want to talk about. Yes.
I'm just letting you know I'm on the call.
Who's this?
Dave in the thumb.
Dave, welcome.
Thank you.
All right. I think this would be a good opportunity to introduce Cynthia. She's got a foreclosure case that I'm going to be helping her with, and she's looking into commercial instruments that I think might help do some payoffs on the house that she's working with. But we can probably talk about that a little bit later in the conference as opportunity allows more. Cynthia, would you like to say hi briefly and briefly describe, just affirm that you're facing a foreclosure case there, Cynthia?
Yes, right now I'm in the foreclosure. Hi, everyone. I'm in the foreclosure right now on October the 5th. And what was taking place was that my common-law husband passed away, and they will not recognize me as his wife, and I do not exist. So what I'm going through right now is trying to stop the foreclosure and represent that I have interest in the property. Right now they're doing it like the property is abandoned because nobody have showed up to say that they have interest in the property. Well, when they sent a letter to the house, which I live in now, and I went to court. And when I went there to show that I live there and I am his wife, they told me that I could not do anything about it and that I need to go to the probate office to go over his estate, which I've been doing that. But every time I go there, it would not allow me to do anything. They said I didn't have enough proof or information to show that I am his wife. So they're doing the foreclosure like I do not exist.
Yeah, that's kind of standard procedure. Cynthia, hopefully we can revisit that later in the conference here, but I would like to go ahead and move on to the other items in the agenda for now.
Okay.
All right.
Charles, briefly, if I may, I'd like to remind those on the call, please mute themselves. And if you're calling in from a handset or type of telephone, please either use the mute button on your phone if you're not speaking, because we're getting some feedback. And if you're on the computer and using the application, the downloaded application, the mute is in the lower left-hand corner. You'll be able to mute yourself and again unmute yourself if you've got a question or would like to make a statement. I really don't want to mute on my end because then I don't have any way of knowing that one would like to speak or has something to contribute to the conversation. There's no way for me to recognize that, so we prefer everyone practice self-governance on this call. Thank you. And Cynthia, there is one question. Dallas, unfortunately, I'm going to have to mute you for a moment. We're getting a lot of feedback there. Cynthia, are you here on the States? Are you in or Canada?
No, I'm not. I'm on the internet, but I'm not on the stage like to be seen right now.
No. Meaning, are you here within the States? Are you here within the United States?
I live in South Carolina.
South Carolina. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I know that's each state sometimes has regarding status. Has their own legislation, and that helps. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Charles.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Cynthia. Yeah, South Carolina. Cynthia is from. Our third item on the agenda is to revisit the issue with our Canadian friends that are organizing their constitutional convention. We had a good discussion on our Tuesday evening conference that is more focused on their project, but we've also got time set aside here for irregular updates. And at this point, Janet and Elizabeth and Dallas and Shane, we've got 4 good people here, all part of that Canadian project, and it'd be really great to open the mic up to all 4 of those in case, and encourage them to jump in about current progress reports or concerns or ideas about how to be more effective in the project of getting organic constitutional government set up for not only the individual provinces, but for all of Canada. At that point, I'd yield to the 4 of you. In case any of you want to jump in, I yield.
You want to speak first, Elizabeth, or?
Go ahead, Dallas. You go ahead, and then I'll listen, and then I'll comment after, okay?
Okay. Our biggest issues that we've ran into when we started our project, approximately, let's say 2002, 2001, we proceeded to 2005, 6 to build up our momentum. So British Columbia is a sovereign nation. There's no federation papers. There's no constitution. As we proceeded, this was a very good stance. Now, all the provinces and all the republics don't have a constitution either, as I've researched and started looking into it. Especially as 2 weeks ago, the lady was in from, I think it was Wisconsin, from the United States there. She sent me a bunch of information. I've been reading that. So even a few of the republics don't even have constitutions. They were just hijacked, sort of like BC had a BNA Act of 1871, and Alberta, Saskatchewan, and supposedly Alberta got a BNA Act. They call it a constitution, but it's not. It's an act in 1901 or 1905, whatever number they figure that they feel they can put up as relevance. Saskatchewan and Manitoba have nothing. So the last month and a half has been very, very a tough month because we positioned it that every single province become a true republic of unalienable rights. Now we're running into difficulties of under the not the Indians, not the natives, but they call themselves human beings, the first people of North America, Turtle Island. They do not recognize BC borders, Alberta borders, Saskatchewan borders, or even the United States borders, or even the Mexican borders. They have free pass through a contract from 1876 or 1776. What did the date start? From 1835, 1665. Under the Queen Victoria, which Queen Victoria pretty well owns the District of Columbia too, and all the 27 Commonwealth countries. Her bargain with Deci was that they called them Indians, would have free reigning power all through Turtle Island. The white man will pay the taxes, pay the houses, etc., and the Indians, or the human beings, Indians, and in the contract, the bargain, would be returned to them on 5% this, 2% on this, etc. We all know that the contracts that were created, or the bargains, was a business contract. So we're running into difficulties now that the borders, do they exist? Most likely not. They're fiction. But we do recognize the provinces. We do recognize Montana, Idaho, California, etc. And I don't know how we're going to position this with the Indians and bring all the Irish, Scottish, German, Ukrainian, Polish, Italians all together under one possible constitution. Any ideas on that one? That's what I'll throw out there for now, and then I'll let Elizabeth have her say, and then you guys can ask questions. And any of your input would be awesome. Thank you.
Excellent. Elizabeth? Or anybody else from Canada? Janet? Shane?
It takes a moment to turn on the mic. I'm sorry. It takes a second to turn on the mic. I just wanted to mention, I think a lot of the principle that we have to look at is, I studied J.J. Rousseau about the social contract and social order. And I think something that, as we go forward, is that we have to recognize that we're moral and lawful. Whatever we pick, we're trying to harmonize ourselves. This is the wording that he did use, and perhaps it's philosophical, but it can apply to many, many situations and conflicts. Can we say to ourselves that we, as we enter into these relationships, that we want to, the goal is to harmonize ourselves with our fellow sovereigns. And this may cover a multitude of sins. I don't think that laws or everything can cover everything, but our intentions as being moral and lawful. I yield.
Thank you. Shane?
Yeah, I'm
Shane,
here, Charles.
All right. Did you have something to say there?
Well, I could just add a bit of what Dallas said there, because he did throw some dates out at you guys and stuff. Some of you may not be aware, but Canada's in a pretty unique position among some other nations where we actually don't have a constitution. That's what he was saying. We have an act of parliament that's called a Constitution Act. And that was simply put in place as a Band-Aid solution because the British Crown gave us our sovereignty in 1931. That would have been done through Queen Victoria as well. So what our project has been a mixture of trying to educate people on this absolute fact, and then try to convince them that we have the lawful right to seat our own de jure governments, and the way to do that lawfully is through constitutional convention. I throw the metaphor back to 1776 with your own country. There was constitutional conventions occurring. I don't know exactly how they happened, and they probably didn't happen on Zoom meetings and conference calls like we're having, but that's how we're able to come together in the current the pandemic we're in now, where we're not allowed to see each other or we might make each other sick, right? So, but no, this is we're creating constitutional conventions. So each province, the idea is to get them to go sovereign as a republic, and the way we do that is to create constitutions and have the people ratify them. So that's what we've been working on, and each province is a step ahead of the other, depending on when they started and what kind of a team they've built. Alberta, I know, is very far ahead in terms of documents and paperwork. So they've been an incredible team. BC, British Columbia, that's the other West Coast province. They're well ahead as well. We also have a French province here, as many of you well know, Quebec, and they are one of the reasons we are not locked into our Constitution Act, because they refused to sign off on it. There was a section that they didn't like in it, and they said, no, we're not signing it. So that actually prevented our Constitution Act from actually coming into force. They pretend it is enforced, but it's not, because it hasn't been signed. And Quebec recognizes this, and their people are very nationalistic. So that's another shining star in our movement, and that's more on the East Coast. So that's just a bit of a background and an update on to expand on what Dallas said, and I'll yield the floor there now.
Yes, I would like to comment on some situations, because I am right now going towards like a tribe group, because everything is commerce. And what we're doing is being solvent and having unalienable rights without being, bound to this system. And what it does is it stops them to take jurisdiction, but more of us have to come together and know that we're solvent and that we are flesh, we're humans, and blood is running through our veins. And what this community does is we're learning to operate in commerce, not go against it, but use the weapon that they have used against us, use it back against them. That's why I got in touch with Charles, because actually what they're doing is illegal, but we have signed ourselves up in that situation when we were first born. Our mother gave them the right to do what they're doing. But they lied to us. They did not tell us the situation. But they didn't tell us how we have to operate in commerce, because we are the controller of that straw man that we talk about. We are the executives. We're not the owner, because they are the owners, but we are the controllers. And when we put ourselves back in that status, then we can, but we have to come together, because just like I go out and try to do it, and we don't work together. It's like unity. When we start having unity and realize that we are free, and that's our God-living rights, and we come together and work their system, because it's like there's no money in this system. This is a debt system. And when we start focusing on not going against them, but using what they have been using against us, and we come together and use it back against them as a unity and a tribe, and work commerce the way that we want to, it'll be a better situation besides going against them. We just use their weapons.
Cynthia.
And if I may?
Louis.
Okay, Charles, and I just want to make a statement towards what Cynthia said, address Dallas, and then I'd like to yield the floor back over to you so we can hop back on the agenda. You've got a very, very ambitious agenda for tonight, a lot of items to cover within the first 2-hour official business meeting. So I'll try to be brief, as I think someone mentioned on one of our other calls and giving me some constructive criticism. To what Cynthia just mentioned, that the straw man, and I stay away from that phrase, as we know it's now an electric franchise, or to be more specific, a business trust organization. There is, in fact, a way to step up and claim ownership, as it was created for your quote-unquote benefit and privilege. Now, we can have that conversation on what that means, at another time, not on this call. But there is a way to step up and claim ownership of that entity and begin managing it appropriately. Regarding what Dallas said, and I'd like to speak on that. Maybe you and I can talk after the recording, the official portion ends, or maybe at another date and time via email. regarding the information that Dallas mentioned. Excellent information, and Dallas did throw out a lot of information within his statement and referring to some dates and times. It may be more relevant to one in my geographic region, as I'm on Michigan, specifically the land now known as Detroit, which was created, in my opinion, by a fraudulent act, okay, by the tribes. The specific tribe was the Iroquois when they split up and had representation at two gatherings, developing treaties at the same place at the same time. And one created the first land deed for Michigan and deeded this area to the United States government. And as such, it is now recognized, de facto, but it is recognized that Detroit was founded in 1701 via a particular treaty. But they did not have the right to do so. But again, that's a conversation for a different call. So that he's presented a lot of really good information regarding the indigenous, those that were known as the Indians at the time, and really the development of this area, specifically the Northwest territory and those states that came out of. So I just wanted to make those two statements and yield the floor back over to Charles so we can get back to the agenda.
Thank you.
I yield.
If I might, too, I'd like to point out that on item 10 in our agenda, we've got a specific discussion category for the economic issues that I think Cynthia was trying to move the conversation towards a little bit. And I do like to follow the agenda, and we were still in the section where we're focusing with our Canadian friends on trying to help them get constitutional government up and running with accompanying profound insights on the original indigenous Native American people that does apply to the states also, because at that point in time there was no difference between Canada and the USA, so that deeper history does apply to both Canada and the USA. But in terms of more modern commerce or more modern problems, focusing a little bit more tightly on organizing Canada, I think we should continue on allowing the discussion to focus a little bit more on Canada there for at least another 10 minutes or so. If the four delegates from Canada here wish to continue talking about that very important point. So Dallas or Shane or Janet or Elizabeth, would any of you like to continue on with the discussion of how things are progressing there in Canada?
Elizabeth, do you want to speak now, or are you still want to listen? Can she hear us? Maybe she's muted.
Actually, Janet wanted to speak up there, so I'm going to let her go ahead. Go ahead, Janet.
Okay, thank you.
Are you there, Janet?
Yeah, it always takes a second for my mic to kick in. I just wanted to also add, in any of these constitutions, I've read that many of us are agreeing there is no special privileges as we go forward. This is what we're leaving behind, is privilege. And for the people that have had special privileges, it's going to be very difficult for them to give that up, because we're to be seen as all equal. And equality means that if we have a right, everybody has that right. So if we're going to look at borders, then if you apply that to everyone, is that sound? No, it is not. I know it's difficult. I know it's a difficult topic, but this is partly how we got into these problems, is privilege. And we have to eliminate privilege, or in the state that we say all of us have privilege. I yield.
I'd like to add a little bit more to that. Okay, if I could, Charles, please?
Yes, Elizabeth, go ahead.
Okay. See, the Indians, right, have always lived their lives by their own spiritual thought. Okay, they've always have believed in that, and that's how they have lived, and they've managed their tribes this way. And so they always went back to the Creator to basically run everything within their tribes. Now, the way my understanding is when I talk to some of, like when I talked to one of the clan mothers, what I've understood from her was that their belief is that we are all equal. The Creator created us all equal. And those original 7 spiritual laws that they have lived by makes us all equal and all sovereign. So when you bring up the word privilege, to me that is a man-made word. And it was brought upon by man. So anything that has been brought upon by man and any kind of authority is a man-made law, which goes against our unalienable rights. So if we go back to the unalienable rights and we stand on it as rights instead of privilege, all of the Indians will be able to see that we are as equal as them when it comes to that mass of land. And to us, and it was given to us by the Creator in the original, and if we all live and believe in those rights, then there is no privilege. We're all equal. I yield.
Yes, I would like to add to that comment. What we have to realize is that when they say we are all equal, it's because we all are equal. Because in the Bible it said the Creator was within itself to express itself. We are not. We give each other names because of the avatar suit that we wear, which we wear this avatar suit in different lifetimes. Like they say, you're not the body, you're the soul. And this is not your home. You're traveling through for an experience. So what we have to realize when they say we're equal is because what we truly are is the Creator experience itself. So when we give each other names like Indians, a black woman, a white woman, or Caucasian or African America, that's man-made. Because actually we are the soul, the orb, the energy, because everything is consciousness. And we have played many roles of different what we call races. There's no such thing as race, but that's what I believe. I believe there's no such thing as race. The only thing different between you and I is the experience. And that's where the wholeness comes from. The wholeness, when we say we are one because that's why in the Bible when Jesus said, when you give my brother a drink, you gave me a drink. Because we are one. We are the Creator expressing itself. And we realize that the unity in consciousness, because it's nothing but energy. It's nothing but consciousness. That's all you got left when you will pass on until you come back as another whatever. So when we start separating ourselves, the land, the world belong to us as one together. And one thing, when you say indigenous people, and we call them Indians or whatever, we call them indigenous people because they have been more connected with the land. We got away from being connected with the land because we want to own different properties and different things. The Indians, what they did express at one point in time was that nobody owned anything. Everything belonged to everyone, which that is true. But then now we got into a point to say this belongs to someone and this belongs to someone. We cannot live together as unity because our eyes see difference. That's the illusion of this universe. But when we realize, and just like if you're going to become a ascended master, and right now this is the energy for it. If you're going to become an ascended master, you have to understand that everything is one. Unconsciously, unity. And we can't see that because we look with our eyes besides our hearts. And that's what breaking us apart, and the dark forces taking control because they know there's no such thing as race. They laugh at us.
Cynthia. I love the metaphysical discussion.
Okay.
But again, this section of the agenda is devoted for focusing on the Canadian effort here.
Yeah. One thing about that, too, one thing that would help the Canadian effort is what I was talking about, the tribe and the unity. He can explain it a lot better, is Gemstone University. and that's what's taking this new shift. And if you would click on Gemstone University and listen to him, Ken, about a lot of different things, because that's what they're working on, and they're also working on a lot of different things for Canada also. So that's something to, you know, take a point to and see what he's talking about. He can explain it a lot better than I can. But it is Gemstone University.
So
And
who's
yeah,
the lady who's speaking right now?
Oh, my name,
that's
yes.
So Cynthia, where are you from?
I'm from South Carolina.
Okay, South Carolina. This is like a. Will you hear? Have you been to the meetings in the last 2 or 3 times, or this is your first?
Oh, this is my first time.
Okay.
But I'm into Unity
Canada?
Consciousness. Excuse me?
Canada does not exist. Canada
Yes.
is a fiction. Okay, Canada only is at the bottom of the ocean. When you say Canada, see, Canada is a corporation owned by the Vatican. It doesn't exist. It's a business contract.
Exactly.
So when we say Canada, a lot of people are still misled. I think Shane mentioned it to you earlier on the feed here, is that we have never had a constitution. We have never had any treaty signed here. There's been no federation. There's been nothing. From BC to Newfoundland and the territories are all sovereign land.
Exactly.
They don't even exist. They don't even. There's nothing out there. So we have been usurped by a military complex for the last 500 years, 600 years, 400 years, etc., etc. We don't know exactly the dates. So we have an opportunity here to bring all the people together on a constitution. Now, what we've drafted is we put a pre-draft up of what you guys call a preamble or draft of Alberta. BC's got one up. Those 2 constitutions are sovereignty at the very beginning. They remove ourselves from Vatican. They claim everybody is a sovereign, which means everybody is a master. Does that make sense?
Yes. That's what I was explaining. That's what exactly you probably didn't understand. But what you're saying is basically what I was saying. Everybody is a master because everybody. That's why the equality and the that's why there's no difference.
So last night there was a gentleman by the name of Kevin Annett that's putting out the Vatican New World Order stuff. He's involved with them for sure. CIA, I don't know what he is, but he's a parasite. So he's been going around hijacking lots of movements in the provinces right now. But to make a long story short, is we want to claim our sovereignty first. That's the most important thing. We need numbers. So the message is pretty straightforward. We need to educate as many people as possible what sovereignty is going to bring them. Wealth, liberty, freedom, property, and land, which was removed from the U.S. Constitution, right? You guys get what do you get? You get the freedom, liberty, and the pursuit to happiness, which means nothing without property and land, right?
Like
so
liberty,
we need to.
Happiness.
Yeah, it's no happiness without land. So they removed the liberty intentionally, so remove your property rights and your land. Very, 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 very tricky words they put in there. So how do we educate the people of the prosperity that they're going to get, the wealth coming back to them? We're not going to have a communist system. Still going to have to work. But instead of paying $100 for a barrel of oil, we're going to pay 90 cents. Because right now we're being robbed in the Corporation of Canada. They're stealing everything, the wealth. No different probably in the United States. I don't know what's happening down there right now, but we know the wealth of this nation is being robbed to give to China. And, you know, we send our oil to the United States, and they take our oil at nothing and turn around and recycle it and charge a 6,000% increase of our same fuel. We're being destroyed up here with the fiat cash system created in the District of Columbia at the Federal Reserve Bank. So we need to get our currency back based on our natural resources, not based on gold, silver, not based on oil. These are the things we're trying to educate people. We have a serious issue. I think you guys are the same issue in the United States, where the mass population is either A, afraid to speak up, or B, can't comprehend what's really happening due to the indoctrination of the TV media. I don't know exactly. I mean, I see a lot of people believing in Trump, and I see a lot of people believing in their failed system. The Republics, myself personally, need to rise up with a constitution that's going to put the Republics back into power. We're going to win this battle against the New World Order. Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands, the 27 Commonwealth countries, including all the republics, need to start looking at their republics and putting the power back to the people in their own republics. There is no United States. The United States is like, to me, what it means is the European Union. They put everything together. At one time, the republics had different currencies, and all the republics, which gave them strength, which gave them protection against the other ones. The United States right now is hijacked by the fiat cash system, the same thing as Canada, England, Australia, etc., etc. So, have any of you read the Alberta Constitution?
Probably no. Well, Janet apparently has.
Have you, Janet?
Maybe others.
Well, there's only 8 parts to the Alberta Constitution. Straightforward, we the sovereigns, etc., etc. If you see the page, unifythepeople.ca, I would like you to read it. I'd like to get your impression, your ideas, because the republics could do the same thing. I know as yesterday, New Zealand, working in that we're working in Australia's provinces, and Australia also has no constitution. They tried getting 1991-92, but it failed. The Queen indivisible or divisible. The BNA Act can be rewritten, so we don't have any. They just do what they want. Does that make sense? I yield the floor to anybody else.
I'll yield for anybody from Canada. Anybody from Canada? I'd like to point out. Did somebody try to say something?
Yeah, this is Nikki from Pennsylvania, and I'd like to ask if any of the people who are on the call have ever read William Guy Carr's 1958 book, Pawns in the Game. He was a Canadian sea captain who happened to be in World War I and World War II that had first-hand information as to what happened, when it happened, how it happened, and who was responsible.
What was his name, please?
William Guy Carr, C-A-R-R. I went ahead and posted in the chat area a link to his book, Pawns in the Game, and especially Chapter 3, because Chapter 3 affects both Canada and the United States from the get-go. And I'm going to point another link with the information that I had garnered over the years. And kind of tying it together.
He wrote 4 books, right?
I don't know about the other books, but somebody handed me a copy of this back in 1998, and oh man,
was it the Pawns in the Game? Is that the book? The Pawns in the book?
Yes, Pawns in the Game is the name of the book. Yes.
We also wrote on the anti-Masonic Illuminati one too.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, he's got 4 books of. Well, thank you very much. I've probably seen this stuff before, but that's going to be great. I'm going to definitely take it and pass it on to our team. Thank you.
Sure, and some of the later chapters in that book has solutions to the problems. Okay? So with this, I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. We probably ought to try to wind up our section here on focusing on the Canadian issues. I'll go around one more time. Anybody from Canada that has any closing comments? Name and state, please. Name and state, please.
Dave in Michigan. Dave,
Dave, yes. Yeah.
So both my folks were born on Kanadistan, and I have a friend from Alberta, Mike Phillip. He's got a radio show called Americanook Radio.
Yep.
Yeah,
he's
you guys
a great guy.
need
Yep.
to look him up. Mike Phillip, you know him?
Yes, I've been on his show about 5 times.
Oh, excellent. What's your name?
Dallas.
You're Dallas. Okay. All right. Yeah, I just thought that would be a great platform for you folks. So you know Mike. That's great. I'll yield. Thank you.
There's also another show I should bring up to you, is American Show. We're setting up. A producer from the United States contacted us. He's going to do a show in the United States and Canada. Barry Prince. So what I'll do after this conference call, I'll email Charles about him. He would definitely like to do a show on constitutional conventions, the republics. So you guys may get some airtime. He's going to do some airtime with us in Canada and produce it in the United States to show what's happening up here. But it might be beneficial for you guys down in the States too, if you're interested.
Yeah.
May I?
Michael.
In Florida. Yeah, it's Michael in Florida. I'd like to ask the gentleman that was just speaking, Dallas, could you give us some information on the numbers you have? How many people do you have in your group? And do you meet regularly, weekly, monthly?
It varies. On Monday to Friday, it depends on what people's schedules are. Most of our teams are really busy on Wednesdays, Monday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and now Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. They're going downtown doing educational rallies quite a bit through Alberta. BC's going strong. Quebec is going enormous. We're having problems in Saskatchewan and in Manitoba. They are starting to pick up now. New Brunswick did some great stuff last week, and Nova Scotia. I haven't heard much on Newfoundland yet right now what they're doing, but it varies. Like last night, there was quite a few people in the main hub Zoom that runs from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's mostly the regulars. We are getting new people coming in. We have a steady flow of people joining. Our campaign has been lawn signs, T-shirts, and hats. We've been spreading the solution, not the problems. But we still have a lot of people walking around trying to follow the George Soros programming of, Idle No More, Occupy No More, Yellow Vest Movement, End the Lockdown, The Line, Hugs and Masks, et cetera, et cetera. These are all controlled oppositions. We need to get.
So what do your signs and shirts and hats say? What are your slogans?
Unify the people, freedom. On our page, we've got 5 or 6 different ideas for shirts and hats. Our main sign is a brand mark. I talked to a marketing director last year in January. He said, go with one sign. What's your message? Unify the people, we the people, together, with a handshake, reaching out to each other. We marketed that, sort of like Harley-Davidson and NASCAR, because those are the 2 biggest companies going, Harley-Davidson, NASCAR. NASCAR's first, Harley-Davidson, and Coca-Cola, right? Those are the 3 biggest commercial networking marketing ideas. So we went with one sign, unify the people, with a handshake. It's working well, but we also have turmoil because George Soros is throwing a lot of money at Hugs and Masks, and those people are unwillingly understanding the money's coming from him. It's a distraction. If we can get them all packing the same sign, if everybody had the same sign, we thought if we said constitutional conventions, that may help us, but then we found out people don't understand what a constitution is. We have a very, very low education on people, because people just assume we have a constitution. So we thought unify the people that come in to get educated.
Okay, if I may.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a grasp on your operation here. Do you have regular meetings in person, or is it all virtual?
No, we have regular meetings. So the Vernon team meets every Wednesday. They have a meeting in their local area, so the Vernon town. And it varies anywhere from usually about 45 to 65. That's the main team. They meet, they go out and get more people interested. So they're doing pretty well. The Vancouver teams, I spent 2 months out there with them. They're doing really well, really well. When I went there, there was the Chilliwack team, the Maple Ridge team, the Burnaby, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All those teams have joined together now. So they're averaging quite a few people. Today is going to tell us the toll. The teams went hard today. We'll find out the numbers tonight. The message is still forward. The teams in Ontario, we're being pushed aside. They don't want the solution. They're being controlled by controlled opposition. We have Canadian Revolution, which is controlled opposition. 100% George Soros, the big hand, the fist, the Antifa sign on it, being funded that way. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but our Quebec team is doing really well. I feel very confident that Quebec may be the province that will break the bubble and crack them. But we can't do it alone. This is why we need our brothers to the south and our sisters to the south to do the same thing that we're doing, is getting a true constitution that represents the people with unalienable rights, with actual, the true law, the natural law, because we all know the common law has been hijacked. It belongs to the Commonwealth, and it's not going to work for us. We have to rewrite the laws and follow natural law, bring no harm to others. We need accountability, and that's how we founded and produced our sovereign constitution. I hope you all do read it. So if you look at the site, unifythepeople.ca, please go look at the Alberta Constitution, and please go look at the BC Constitution. Those two constitutions are up to pretty well par. I think they're very good, but we've had, I'd like to, like our brothers and sisters from the South, to take a look at them too, because even the United States Constitution didn't give the people rights. You don't have to have a Bill of Rights to know your rights. That's the problem.
And if I may, how long ago did you start this?
Myself?
How long have you? Well,
myself?
How long has this been in existence?
Well, we started really hard in 1990s, getting direct democracy and a constitution going. 2000, it started to build up. By 2009, we had some steam, but then Occupy, then Idle No More came in, started shutting things down, then Yellow Vest movement, et cetera, right? Now with the moron virus, the fake pandemic, the plandemic, it has got a lot of people more organized. We did spend about 8 years through Anonymous spreading out the information about the Bank of Canada fraud, Aaron Russo's information, et cetera, et cetera. All this information has been going and building and building and building. So a lot of people are waking up. Now we're going to go for the juggler, which we pushed to get a contract how we want to govern ourselves. That's what we're going for.
All right, thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you both and everybody participating here. I think we should move on to the other items in the agenda. I would like to revisit this in the later portions after our business meeting here. I'm really encouraged that it's become more clear to me how absolutely void of formal, official, legitimate, pretending even, form of government for Canada and the provinces. It's basically a vacuum, and I'm coming to realize that more clearly. I want to thank the participants for saying that, and that makes me think that maybe down here in the States, we may be able to more effectively deal with the problems that are coming from our central government by actually working towards a North American Union, organic, that merges Canada and the USA, and capitalizing on our common law tradition. I would beg to differ with Dallas saying that Canada is, or common law is under the firm control of the de facto crown. But perhaps we can visit that later, that issue again later, because we do have an agenda here and we would like to move along and get everything on the agenda accomplished before our 2-hour official business meeting here is concluded. So if there's no objection, I'd like to go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda. No objection? Okay. As pointed out on item 4, Lewis has got it on the screen there. In our last Saturday conference, we were the discussion happened. Michael there in Florida was voicing a legitimate fear that a lot of us have of the Antifa and BLM protests. People around them seem to be resorting to violence and making people scared. Michael voiced his concerns in words that sounded like the leadership of the BLM movement was knowingly and purposefully promoting that agenda of violence, and at which point Lewis Hammond, our board moderator here, objected and asked for evidence that shows that the leadership of the BLM movement is actively involved in promoting the violence that seems to be happening surrounding some of the BLM protests there. And I'd like to briefly pause here and ask Lewis if I've phrased the nature of his objection right, and then I'd like to open the discussion back up between Michael and Lewis as to the merits of the controversy there. Lewis, is there anything you'd care to add to my summary of the nature of your objection?
No, I don't think I need to add anything to your summary, Charles. My issue was there was statements being presented as fact, and was drawing describing a particular narrative that I did not see as fact, and simply asked for that evidence to be presented. I yield.
Thank you, Lewis. Thank you, Lewis. Michael, would you care to respond to the point in controversy here at all?
Well, I can make an observation that when I, look at the news clips on any news channel of these riots that are taking place, the violence that is taking place, I don't see any of the BLM leaders denouncing the violence. I don't see even any Democrats denouncing, political leaders, that is, not persons or individuals, but political leaders. I don't see any Democratic leaders denouncing the violence. Mm-hmm. And this is the main reason that I feel that if the leadership is not denouncing it, then what's the other alternative? The lack of denouncing by Democratic leadership or BLM leadership or Antifa leadership is the evidence that I see that there's not much of a concern in stopping the violence. This is where they gain strength, through the violence, and it's becoming it's becoming a force that people fear. And so many
if I may, before we go further on into the violence aspect, I'd like to address that, because when we start talking about specific instances there, we've again accepted something.
Well, normally I would yield, but it's not a point of order. I wasn't finished. I was in mid-sentence, and it's not proper. I thought maybe if you had a point of order that was quick, I would yield, but I just wanted to finish briefly, if I may, Lewis. I'd appreciate it.
Go ahead. I yield. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, in a quick summation, I just don't find that there's any critique taking place, from those on the Democrat side, on the left side, to the violence, and this indicates a major problem, and I think it needs addressed. That's all I have to say. I think it demands an answer. It demands accountability. This violence is unacceptable, and that's all I have to say. I'll yield to you now, Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you. My response to that would be that the narrative has now changed. Number one, they don't need to denounce that. See, that is a tactic that tends to be used by racists. I'll point this out as an example. When Colin Kaepernick began kneeling, it was about police brutality and inequality.
Hear, hear.
The narrative then changed to that act being disrespectful of the flag and the anthem. That act right there is that's not some phenomenon. That is a tactic that has been used throughout history. That in and of itself is an act of racism. So what we were talking about was, and I said, please produce evidence of this, because on some calls that I was not on, I was on the recorded portion, but I did not stay on for the after call. I then went back and listened to the recording, and I was taken aback by some of the conversations, and in particular, one example, a hypothetical situation presented by yourself, Mike, where you gave a certain scenario regarding BLM.
Please repeat it, please.
Okay, the scenario was something like BLM coming through the neighborhoods in their protest and begin throwing rocks or begin setting fires, or in other words, attacking homes or residents. Which
do you agree that, if I may, point of order, do you agree that statement occurs?
No, I do not. In fact,
okay,
the only portion of that was even close to that I know of, that I'm aware of, and I'm not going to say I'm an authority on every confrontation that has occurred from coast to coast regarding.
Okay, point of order, Lewis. There have been many clips showing piles of bricks being delivered on the street corners. An organized effort to deliver piles, actually stacks. When
I saw that, it was downtown areas and it was done by police. What we're talking about is going through the neighborhood. Let's stay on point here, because in that particular scenario, the scenario that you
comment to this. Can I make a comment to this? This is Cynthia.
No. Cynthia.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, if I might complete. The scenario that you gave was not regarding the downtown center. It was not regarding police officers planting bricks or other flammable items to be used by instigators. That was not the scenario that you presented. What you presented, and it is on the recordings for anyone to review, was BLM protesters coming through the neighborhoods, attacking residents, something that had not occurred. In fact, the closest that I'm aware of that ever happening was the BLM protesters heading to, I think, the mayor of that city in Missouri, where you then had the two lawyers come out. I think that was Missouri. Come out armed, with their guns, that were invited to speak at the RNC. They were completely out of line. The BLM protesters had not attacked their residents or their domiciled, and they did not need to come out and aggressively address those BLM protesters. So your scenario that you presented was actually a step beyond that, which said, what if this happens? And
Point of
I
order.
was taken aback by that. Yes, I yield.
Okay, yeah. May I? The facts are going to reveal that the couple with the guns were totally proper. Their lives were being threatened. There were people with guns that were out in front of their house. I really don't even want to.
I'll vacate that. I'll vacate that, and nor do I. Because I didn't agree with your statement prior to this, talking about the Democrats or whomever haven't addressed the violence. That is not the issue. That is, again, a change of narrative, which is why I presented the Colin Kaepernick example. That is a racist change of narrative. Now we want to talk about the destruction of violence or the destruction of property and what you're calling violence in these uprisings. Okay? That is a change of narrative. What we're talking about are the symptoms that have caused these reactions. Let's focus our efforts, our attention, and our energies on that as opposed to this reaction to the destruction of property. That's where we don't see eye to eye at all.
If I may, I have Martin Luther King in my defense. Peace was his strategy. If he were alive today, he would be
until he woke up. Point of order. Until he woke up. Point of fact there. Until he woke up. That's how he started. That is not how he ended. And that, I believe, facilitated his death. Yes, sir.
I disagree.
I know you do, but if you'd like to go, if you'd like to present evidence, again, that's something. If you'd like to present evidence of that fact, I'd be more than happy to take you up on that.
All right. So I think whatever they want everyone to not be united. So
exactly. This is a dominant and controlled system. This is a spiritual warfare, and see what you guys are doing right now.
Point of order.
And that's control is the problem. We do not come together. That's the game, and we are
Cynthia, I've got to say, Cynthia, you brought great information onto the call. However, you've indicated yourself that this is your first call. This is a continuation of a call. So unless you've gone back and listened to last week's 3-hour some-odd call, you may not be qualified to speak on this conversation.
I took the liberty of at least temporarily muting Cynthia. And who was the gentleman that took us off point two?
A BC caller. That was a BC caller.
Yeah. So okay. My name is Marius. And I keep seeing the people going to be divided and the groups going to be divided, and that is actually the boiling point. If the groups going to keep being divided and the groups do not join together forming a power by unity, nothing going to be changed because it's not a power of sending out the message.
Well, you don't understand, sir.
I must ask, if this caller here, is this your first call that you have been in attendance?
It is my first. It is my
did
first.
You have an opportunity to go back and listen to the recording of last week's call?
Well, I don't know how actually now, but I will find a way. Yes, I will need to have that.
Then I would ask, as I've just asked of Cynthia, that for this particular agenda item, since this is a continuation of a conversation which was initiated last week, that you please refrain from contribution just during this particular agenda item. This item would be for those that had listened to the call last week or participated on the call last week. I yield.
Yes, and if I might...
Yes. It's the first time for me here. I don't know exactly whatever was discussed on the last period of time or the last phone calls. So I apologize if I disturb somehow about what I'm saying, but it's exactly what I can see happening. You know, this is my...
Marios, this information, this is U.S. republics from California, et cetera, Tennessee, and a few other states that are looking at constitutional reform down there, getting their constitutions back up and running, et cetera, no different than what we're doing in provinces. Marios is from BC. So just get you up to speed real quick. We had about a half an hour discussing what we're doing up here in British Columbia, and now we're listening to what's happening down in the republics. Okay, Marios?
Oh, okay, yeah, I understand.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Welcome.
Thank you all, but I'd like to make a procedural point. There seems to be a misconception that anytime there's serious heated debate going on, that it's a bad thing, that we can't have it, that we all got to sing Kumbaya and not address the real issues. And I vehemently object to that. I think what Michael and Lewis were hashing out in mutually respectful tones, I thought, was real serious progress on nitty-gritty issues that need to be discussed desperately so that we can really come together in a real, serious, solid manner rather than on superficial Kumbaya, warm and fuzzy stuff. We need no pain, no gain. If we're not talking about the serious issues, then we're deluding ourselves. The issues that Michael and Lewis were discussing were serious issues that needed to be fully explored. And we might not get it done this evening, but it's important to allow the issues to be discussed fully. And all the people that can't handle serious discussion that gets a little bit heated, let me finish. People that can't handle serious issues being seriously discussed, they need to pack their stuff and leave now. Because this conference is worried about saving our people on this planet, and it's not going to be done unless we have serious discussion about serious issues, and people that can't handle it, they need to leave. And I don't say things like that very often, but I'm firm on that one. I'd like to open the floor back up to see if Michael and or Lewis have any other continuing issues that they'd like to address related to this general BLM issue before we were so dysfunctionally taken off track here. Lewis or Michael?
Lewis here, if I may.
Lewis.
Okay, I would like to respond, and I'm going to be reading from the email that I sent both to yourself, to Michael, to Abraham, to Scotty, as Michael presented some FBI raw statistics, which I accepted as those, the statistics being used. There were others, my mother specifically, which does not, she chooses not to accept those. The raw data from the FBI, but I said, okay, I'll accept that. And it was presented to support the statement of black on black crime, which I'd ask that phraseology stop being used, saying that it was in fact a talking point and that it did not exist any more than white on white crime does. And the link that Mike sent me from the FBI, I believe, supported my position. The raw data provided also does not consider any of the underlying socioeconomic variations and the disparities that exist. So I think everyone on this call knows that there are certain social, economic factors that include occupation or employment, education and income, and of course where someone lives. So we know that socioeconomic status is and has been controlled in this country / corporation since its inception. So for all of those that believe that we are unaware of that, no, we are well aware of that. I believe both Michael and myself are well aware of that. But when we take these factors into consideration, it's actually a wonder that there's only an 8% difference in crime rates, in my opinion. And that's what it comes down to, based upon the raw data that was presented to me.
Point of order. You're being misleading.
No. I am using the information that you provided as evidence. And there is an 8%
I've got it right
difference.
In front of me.
Okay,
yeah.
Is there not an 8% difference in the homicide rates between the ethnicity? Is that factual?
Here's what the facts state. There is.
That's a yes or no, Michael. That's a yes or no question.
I'm going to answer it the way I feel needed. You're not going to dictate my response.
That's a
Now,
problem with
do I have
that's
the
a problem.
floor?
It's simple. It's a simple question. It's a yes or no question. If you can't answer yes or no, I will continue to complete my statement before yielding the floor.
I don't want to.
Then let me continue. Then I do not yield the floor until I complete my statement, and then I will yield the floor for your response.
Yep. Go ahead with your fraud.
Okay. And I would, with that 8% difference that Mike obviously will speak to a little bit later, I would ask if all of us on this call, if we ask ourselves this question and be honest about the answer, are we really to believe that white America is truly disturbed, so disturbed by an 8% disparity in homicide rates between the ethnicities as to create this, hey, what are we going to do about black-on-black crime, to the point that it would actually do something substantive about the disparities that exist? I would say no. That concept is foreign to a black man in this country / corporation, or could it be simply that this fictitious black-on-black crime narrative gives them the social buy-in from the American public that they need to continue their authoritarian control campaign in the urban areas? Based on the history of this country / corporation, that scenario would actually sound more plausible to me. And with that, I would yield the floor, but what I included in that email was a link to studies actually have been done, published reports that state that 93% of all Black Lives Matter protests have been peaceful. And they actually looked at and analyzed more than 7,750 Black Lives Matter demonstrations before publishing this report. So that's the type of information and that's the type of raw data that I look for when I say, please produce evidence of a statement. Then I may take something as fact once we've had an opportunity to review it. With that said, I yield.
Okay, if I may, Michael in Florida, I think we need to put a time limit on responses. Filibustering needs to stop and quit wasting everybody's time. To answer his question, absolutely. The FBI statistics indicate there's an 8% difference in the totals, the numbers of the crimes. They do not evaluate it per capita or per 100 or per 1,000. But let's examine it closely. I will concede, absolutely, there's 8% difference. The FBI stats say there were 3,499 homicides of whites and blacks. There were 2,870. That's an 8% difference. But we have a black population that makes up 12.6% of the overall population, being 40.2 million. The white population is 62%, being 197 million. However, this is where the reality hits hard. There were 3,499 white homicides and almost 2,870 black. And there's only 8% difference, but whites make up 62% of the population and blacks are only 12.6. And they're only 8% shy of the homicide rate of the dominating white population. That's the reality. That's the truth. That's a very disparaging number. You can't wiggle out of that. The fact
if I may, if I may, Michael, you sound as if you did not read my email at all. You sound as if you did not read my email response factoring in socioeconomic factors, let alone policing in this country. You sound as if you did not read my email response.
Okay, we're not talking about the causes or reasons.
No, you must talk about the causes. That is the problem. If you don't want to talk about the causes, you and I will never see eye to eye on anything. That's why you will look at destruction of property.
Point of order.
As long as you... No, point of order this. I agree with your point of filibustering. I agree with your point of filibustering that you made order.
You're out of order.
You're out of order, Michael.
Point of order.
You changed the narrative from the very beginning. You changed the narrative from the very beginning, and that's the problem.
Gentlemen,
You interrupted me.
This is really funny, isn't it?
It's not funny. It's not funny. We don't need the laughter. Michael and Lewis both have heartfelt positions, and I'm personally still a bit confused about which position is the more meritorious. But it's obviously heated, and it's gone past the point of good taste. Lewis, can I presume on you to write a similar email as you have done in the past in trying to clarify the issues here, and perhaps Michael can do the same thing, and perhaps we can examine the merits of the arguments presented in the emails and revisit this issue again next week?
Well, until order is maintained, I really don't want to participate. I had the floor, and he interrupted me. I did not interrupt him.
Well, I think, Michael, I think we were at a point where it was getting kind of fluid.
You don't need some lady in the background laughing like a chicken. You're supposed to be muted. I'm trying to control the mute controls as best I can here, but I thought you made some valid points there, Michael, about the numbers in the FBI report. I'd like to have cool, rational discussion about that further, but it got too heated. To continue on, if I may, just briefly, I was not talking about the causes. I first wanted to establish the fact that there is a great disproportionate amount of crime being committed by black Americans. And that is an undeniable fact. And anybody that is listening, I dare you to prove me wrong. The FBI statistic, you can find any major city with large populations of blacks and whites living together, and you will find a big disproportionate ratio. Look at Windsor and Detroit.
Michael, if I might, I've heard from Lewis and his mother's camp that there's two factors. That one, the FBI is notorious liars. Okay? And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that the evidence isn't as solid or as reliable as you seem to be presupposing. And point number two is I think the fact that most of the black communities are poor, and just as a result of class warfare between the rich and the poor, those black communities are under more intense warfare than probably the majority of our white communities. And I think those are both two solid points that Lewis has raised in support of his position that I don't think you're giving the proper weight that it legitimately deserves to receive, sir.
The question was not why is the crime happening. That's not the question and issue being discussed. That's another conversation. This is the point. It needs to be recognized that the crime rates among black Americans are excessive and disproportionate to their white counterparts. That's an undeniable fact. And sure, the FBI is not to be trusted, but statistics on murder and homicide are very hard to fudge in large numbers because you have all these counties and cities that are compiling the numbers. So all you got to do is go to the counties and cities of the geographical area and verify it that way. Don't believe the FBI.
Okay, this is the exact number one filibustering that I believe Mike spoke against. Number one, that was not the purpose of the call. Go back and look at or listen to the call from last week. Charles indicated the time mark of 1 hour, 13 minutes, 10 seconds, continuing to just a little bit about 1 hour, 38 minutes. That was not the topic. And you're attempting to change the narrative. And anyone on this call can go back and review this and see that I am correct. I addressed a very specific scenario. In fact, I called it a boogeyman that was being created, if you recall. by the scenario that you gave. You then produced, in order to produce as your evidence for something, I said, please produce evidence of this happening anywhere. You produced FBI statistics, which was raw data, and which, as I mentioned, the raw data provided does not consider any of the underlying social economic variations and disparities that do exist. If you want to look at the raw data and you don't want to look at the causes for that effect, we need not ever visit this conversation again because we will never see eye to eye.
Point of order. Point of order. I never said that I don't want to look at the causes. You're putting words in my mouth. You're being disingenuous.
Charles, did he just not say that we would not hear? That was not that we needed to look at the disparities in the number and the amount of crime that's created by Black Americans. I said,
if you would listen, Charles, I said the causes would be for a different discussion. That's exactly.
It's not for a different discussion, though. It's not, and that's what I'm stating. It is not. And that's what these people are attempting to do by what I'm saying, changing the narrative to a protection of property issue and attempting to stand on the side of law and order and attempt to ignore the causes and why there are uprisings going on across the country. What has caused this action? And want to go towards the protection of property and violence. And that was not the topic. The topic was there was a scenario that was created, presented by yourself, that was not backed by anything factual. And now that you said that you believe that that couple that came out of the home with armed, when they were not attacked, I will wait to see what comes out in the trial.
No,
I do not believe that they were justified.
They were threatened by large numbers.
They needed to stay in their home. They were in the street. So like I said, we need to kind of wait
no, they don't
to
need
see what
stay in their homes.
What
free
factual.
Country.
Yeah, they do. Okay, but when they come out, then that's what happens. See, therefore, if it's a good thing that you're not here, right? The conversation's over. We don't ever need to visit it because he wants to protect property, and I prefer to protect human life and want to examine the causes that created the reaction of these people.
Well,
they're not doing this based upon property.
I have many black friends that would be ashamed of what you're saying. I have many black friends that are aware.
I would say proof of claim. Proof of claim.
That admit readily.
Proof of claim. I would doubt that statement. I doubt that statement.
Hawaii, if I may.
I'm done talking to Lewis. Waste of time.
Thank you.
Well, a lady had something to say.
Yes, I think we're playing into the race game, and it's both sides are relevant, but it's something that we can argue ad nauseum because it's we can't trust any sources anymore, as we know. So it's not something that we're going to be resolved. I propose that we get back to the issues where we actually formulate plans where we've been put into action to help everybody instead of this black-white issue. We're playing right into their hands again with the race issue. I yield.
And if I may address that, the hearing, and thank you for your statement. My statement was brought up on last week's call, which I'm asking everyone to go back and listen to because of other statements that were presented as fact. So all we would need to do is refrain from making those type of statements. That's it. I didn't initiate the conversation. I did it to address other statements that have been made on prior calls as factual regarding the intent of BLM or NP or any other organization. So with that, I yield.
May I? Show me one city where Republican conservatives have burned it down. Show me.
Not relevant.
The riot occurred.
Not relevant. First off, there are uprisings, and this needs to occur.
Shut up. You're interrupting me.
This needs to occur. You never were given the floor. You never were given the floor. Yo, Mike, I suggest you really yield or get the hell off of the call.
No. Truth is what needs to be on this call, and you don't represent it, Lewis.
You don't listen. What you are, Mike, is a racist, and you've got a voice of a racist, and you spew racist shit. That's fact.
Lewis, I don't believe Michael's a racist.
I believe he is a racist, Coachell. And really, I'm tired of him listening to his racist rhetoric, and I've asked him to present facts, and he gives me this bullshit. And then he tries to justify this bullshit that he submitted as evidence. And it's not. It's not even what we were talking about, Charles. He's changing the narrative, and he's done it twice. That is a tactic of a racist. I yield for your response.
I do believe Michael's shown lots of evidence that he's got a good heart, and I do think his debating strategy is less than optimal, but I don't think he's malicious or racist like you're implying, Lewis. And please, can we table this issue?
I would hope so. I would hope so. I have no problem with tabling the issue.
Michael, can we table the issue?
No, I don't want to have a discussion with Lewis ever again.
Well, then get off of the call. Vacate. You have no problem. Lewis, you're not being held hostage.
He doesn't need to leave the call, Lewis.
It don't work that way, Lewis.
There's other issues on the agenda. Let's table the issue.
My dialogue again, Michael. Understand that.
You don't need to address me ever again, pal.
I can do what I choose.
Can we move on to item 5?
Please do.
Please.
Can we move? Okay. And again, no pain, no gain. I don't like this kind of pain, but I'm not sorry that it happened. I think all in all, it's a little bit healthy, but I'm sorry it did get a little bit ugly here. Please, let's move on to item 5, and I'll be glad to engage with you on what we table here, Lewis, in the next conference, even if Michael doesn't volunteer to step forward, or anybody else. I think it's a worthy issue that does deserve further discussion. But continuing on, item number 5 is probably the most important issue that I think is currently facing North America and the whole Earth, our whole so-called planet, and that is this fraudulent coronavirus epidemic that is turning the United States of America and Canada and the whole Earth into a military police state based on fraud. Okay, and a number of it, Abraham and I have gone through a lot of work trying to put together a rational common law due process response to this evil from the pit of hell. And we'd like to again revisit that central issue in this agenda. There have been numerous others besides Abraham and myself that have contributed to this effort. And I would like to point out that unless we bring in the horsepower of the 7th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, with our own unanimous 12-member jury trial verdict, that we're going to be hurting puppies. We need the horsepower of the common law that's clearly articulated in the 7th Amendment. We need that to come to bear to face down this military police state agenda that George Soros and the Democrats and the Republican leadership are all in cahoots and trying to engineer us all a bunch of slaves. And we need to stop it. And this is a mechanism to stop it. It's realistic legal strategy that can change the whole military police state form of government that we're all battling under here. And I would like to open the floor for discussion of progress being made on that issue. I would like to ask particularly if people have had time to look at the model jury verdict, and maybe, God bless us, there's some few people that are willing to actually join me as being one of the jurors that's willing to sign on to a jury verdict in support of the legitimacy of the complaint that Abraham Duran is bringing before our Supreme Court of Law here. I'd first like to make a call. Is there anybody here that is willing to sign on to a jury verdict document such as this? I yield for anybody. Anybody willing to sign on?
It looks like we don't have Nancy, who had expressed her willingness to sign on as the representative for the Great Lakes region. She is not on tonight's call.
Well, yeah.
She had expressed that.
Thank you.
On another call.
Thank you for refreshing my memory there, Louis. Yes, we do have a second volunteer, Nancy, from the Michigan area, the Great Lakes Superstate area. That is progress. And I would dare suggest that our friends in Canada, you all should be doing something similar to this for up there in Canada, because they're making the same fraudulent declarations up there in Canada. And that's how they're engineering their military police state to take away your sovereignty, is through this fraudulent coronavirus declaration that's allegedly giving them color of legitimacy to walk around like jackbooted Nazis and treating everybody like they're slaves. Anyway, I'd like to broaden out the discussion. Yes.
I was going to ask if you are familiar with Ron Ruman in Oregon. He's very active in, promoting and also active in actually doing things like this. I know that he's a little controversial and, sometimes hard to work with, but he's very motivated. Have you reached out to him and his group, especially with what's going on in Oregon, how, they're burning down Oregon right now?
Refresh my memory, ma'am. What's your name?
Well, Oregon's burning down, and, there's word that it might be direct weapons.
Is this Terry? Is this Terry?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Terry. Terry from Hawaii. I'm very acquainted with Ron Gruman. I've sat in meetings with him and Richard Koenig, and Ron Gruman is also highly active in Masonry. Are you familiar with that?
I am not. I wouldn't imagine that he would be, because he talks, very negatively.
He wears a big, gaudy Masonic ring, and I found him to be a brick wall to try to make any progress with. I think he's part of a COINTELPRO operation to subvert the movement, to try to really take the country back and build honest government.
Do you have any evidence of his interactions with the Masons?
I've seen his big gaudy Mason ring, and he's admitted it to my face. I dare suggest if you talk to him again, he'll probably admit it to you.
Okay, I will ask him.
Yeah, that would be good, Terry. Yeah. Back on the point of our item number 5. Yes? Somebody? Did somebody ask for the floor there?
Yes, if I can.
What was your name again, sir?
My name is Marius.
Mario?
Marius.
What state are you in, Mario? What state are you in?
I'm on BC. I'm BC, Vancouver, BC.
Okay. Go ahead, Mario. You have the floor.
Yes. Yeah. So we have lot of thousands, hundreds, thousands of proofs about everything what's happened in order to supprimate people freedom and independence. We have lot of proofs about pedophilia and about whatever they are doing to stop people taking back their sovereignty. About what is happening now with this worldwide wildfire that is happening everywhere in the world. I can see on the Google map. It's about to keep people inside of their house to not get outside and joining together. So once we know all those oppressive system and about everything they done against humanity, it's not enough proofs that actually the police department and the military department to put end on all this mess. I mean, to be drawing out from their seats, the responsible that are going to control everything in an oppressive manner. I mean, the elite members that are going to control the financial system and the political world, and you name it, controlling everything, just using their money because they monopolize where the money is coming from, and they control everything with their money. So my question is, it's not enough proofs that to mobilize the police department and to military department and to be coming everyone and the help of the humans on this earth and a humanity name. That is what I have to say according of all those things.
Okay. Thank you, Mario. Our phone connection is not as clear as it could be, but I do believe you talked about defunding the police or something like that. I'd like to point out that that's an issue. Okay.
No, it's not about defunding the police. We need the police. Actually, by defunding the police, they want to instaurate the new world order, actually, because we have already a order.
Well, I would like to point out a common law solution. Police are not a common law entity. We've got police are actually Roman Empire soldiers with a warm and fuzzy face on them. The common law model of government requires local communities of people electing their own peace officers as town constables in their own local communities. See, that would stop all of the police violence that is actually a worse evil than the rioting and the chaos in the streets that's currently happening. I'd rather see rioting and chaos in the streets than I would like to see military soldiers turning everything into a police state. At least with rioting and chaos, you've got a chance to survive. With a military police state, top-down authoritarianism, like police are just one portion of that ugly, evil empire, then you've got no chance under a military police state form of government of bringing back the sovereignty of the people, or almost no chance. So I'd like to point that out. Police are top-down, authoritarian, provisional by their very nature, and a true common law model is grassroots, bottom-up, people-empowered, and that is so beautiful if people comprehend it that there would be no question about what is better if people fully comprehended that proposition. And I guess I should yield there. Comments, questions? We are getting close to the 2-hour mark here. We will conclude our business meeting close to that 2-hour mark. I'd like to yield and maybe try to close this issue, but I'll yield for a few quick concluding comments on the coronavirus complaint and the police issue. But then I'd like to close it and try to quickly cover our remaining issues. I yield for comments or questions on this agenda item 5. Anyone?
May I say something?
State and name, please.
My name is
name and state, please. Name and state, please.
Yes, Cynthia in South Carolina.
Thank you, Cynthia. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I just by listening to the comments and what I was really getting ready to say is one of their main strategies is dominant and control. And right now, just like when you had slaves, one time they had to have somebody over them. But when they get them in mind control and have them fighting against each other, they didn't have to control them anymore. So what we're doing is we are The biggest game is the dominant and control game. And now they don't have to really control us because we're going to be fighting against each other. We're not going to see each other as one in the unity, that there's no difference. And so when we divide our own houses, we burn down our own houses among each other, we're never going to come to unity. We're talking about unity, but we have to realize that unity comes to standing together. And we can fight them together with no problem, but we cannot fight them together separate. They're just 1% of this darkness. But why does 1% controlling us? Because they keep us divided. That dominant control is the game.
Cynthia,
speaking as a genius.
I'm sorry.
What do you say?
That's just my opinion, and that's what I'm seeing on every.
I vote that the lady speaking is a genius.
Thank you, Abraham. Good to hear your voice. I'd like to point out that something
Go ahead.
Lewis, yes, go ahead, Lewis.
Well, no, if you're going to address what Cynthia stated specifically, go ahead, because I would like to address perhaps the rest of the agenda items. So I yield the floor.
Well, I would like to respond to Cynthia by repeating what I said earlier. I thought I made the point clear earlier that we need to have the hard conversations. There's COINTELPRO subversives infiltrating our ranks and bringing around bad propositions, and there's others that are good-hearted, but they're just behind the curve in comprehending how to engineer efficient solutions, and their egos are a little bit too big, and their humility is a little bit too small, and so we have arguments. Arguments are healthy when they're done in good faith. If you're not questioning the good faith of the person you're arguing with, then you should try to have patience and humility and try to work with him. And the solution isn't to bring down a big hammer and force everybody to quit arguing because we all got to be together. That's bullshit. We gotta allow for the differences of opinion to be fully expressed, and we should strive to do it in mutually respectful manners so that we can work out a solution, at least so long as the good faith sincerity of the other person is no longer in question. And with all due respect, Cynthia, I made that point earlier, and it seemed like you didn't comprehend it. And I'd like to reemphasize.
Let me respond to that. I'm not saying to be kumbaya. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we have to look at the root of the problem and who is the real enemy here. That's what we have to do. We have to, and no, what we have to do is look at this 1% of the dark forces that have mind controlled us to be separate. Yeah. Because that's their game to keep their feet on our necks. That's what I'm looking at. Right. We have to know who is the true enemy here and go after the enemy and stop each other from going after each other. We have to know right now in your household, I'm going to use this for an example. If you have a family member, your brother and your sister in your house, if we constantly fighting amongst each other while the enemy is burning our house down, we will never win this war. What we have to do is to realize, it's not about being, I'm not saying because it says your unalienable rights. One thing about the universal rights is that you do not do any harm to any other sentient being, but you protect yourself. I'm not saying that I won't pack a gun and handle my situation here. I will do that. But we have to know when we come together, when we put these guns together and fight the right enemy, then we got a chance of winning this war. And that is, every man is equal, and that's what I was talking about, the oneness. The oneness that God, Jesus, whoever you want to call him, talks about is the unity to know that we are the creator that went within itself to express itself, and that's our true unalienable rights, is that we all are equal. This avatar suit may die or whatever it may do, but your soul will always be here. And that's what we have to realize. And no, I'm not talking about not having, just like me and you having a conversation right now. That's right. We need to realize is that we're not the enemies among each other, that we have a bigger problem, and that's those 1%ers that's taking away our rights.
Cynthia.
Our unalienable rights.
Thank you, Cynthia, for your contribution, and I would like to add to that I would substitute we need to know, but I think everyone on this call actually knows that. Sometimes we may need to remind ourselves of that during our conversation, because I'm really quite positive that those that are participating on this call are aware of that, of what you just mentioned and who the real enemy is. So sometimes we do need to remind ourselves. So moving along, as we are pressed for time, I would like to submit this, Charles, and then I'd like to yield the floor regarding the agenda items 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I would ask that those items be items 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for next week. Perhaps we would consider leaving the agenda item 4, the BLM discussion, off of next week's agenda. Give it a week for review, and because I typically don't stay on, as you know, much longer after the recorded business portion or official portion of the call. So I would ask that those agenda items not be discussed on this call. Let's not try to press those in. I think they're really those items, specifically item 6. Item 7, and the economic issues are things that I really was looking forward to discussing on this call. I thought the agenda was a bit ambitious when I saw it. I did say, but you may as well reach for the clouds. Okay, so how do you feel about that? I mean, and then just going right down to agenda item 11. Which would be asking for any other new items to be placed on the agenda, but everyone knowing going in that those 4 or 5 items are the agenda items for next week.
Yes.
Sure,
Louis. I will follow your suggestion, or at least I'm inclined to presently. I think I likely will, with the single exception. Item number 1 is the opening prayer brief, and I think that'll stay at number 1, but we can whack that out real quick. And then the 4 items, I think we'll put those 2 through 5, and then we'll push the other items on down. I think that's similar to what you're suggesting here. Am I correct?
It is, and there are 5, because the economic issues, that's a critical point as well. So we're in agreement. Yeah. I yield for feedback for anyone else on the call as well.
I think we're close to the 2-hour mark here, and I would like to do that closing item of asking if people have anything that they want put on the agenda for next week's call. I think that would be the next point of order here to catch on, Louis. Does that sound right?
It does.
Okay. Does anyone have any items that they think are worthy of our brainstorming sessions here to place on the agenda for next week's conference? Anyone?
Can we all agree? Hello, may I?
Michael?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Michael in Florida. Can we all agree that the sky is blue?
That's a good one. No chemtrails.
Sometimes a little bit of white.
No chemtrails. Exactly.
I don't think we can, to be honest with you.
Now, if a dog is looking at the sky, he will not agree that it's blue because his eye doesn't see color like we do.
Well, I really love this subject about color of the sky. I think we really need to fix that and to take back our blue sky as normally it is.
See, what did I tell you? We can't agree. Sky is blue.
Yeah, God bless you, brother.
Michael, I don't think your suggestion there is actually constructive and serious. I was hoping for serious propositions on the agenda here. Was your sky blue thing the only thing you had to suggest, Michael?
Yeah, I just wanted to make the point, that's all. And I don't think it's possible.
Well, I like to believe that we can build consensus amongst our community here, but we are having a few difficulties, no doubt. Is there anyone else that would like to put anything on the agenda for next week's conference?
Oh, yes, if I can.
Mario.
Yeah. So yes. Thank you. So it's about the financial system. We the people having control on our income and our way to use our income for our family, for our financial health. Something according to about trying to change the current financial system and to a cryptocurrency. I can see that openly that is happening to banks. So taking more and more control about people income health.
Yes. I think we've already got an economics item on the agenda, so that will be prioritized on next week's agenda, Mario. So that's not a new item that you're suggesting. I was asking for people to suggest new items. Thank you, Mario.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Does anyone else have any items that they would like to place on the agenda for next week's conference? And the conference here will not conclude. Well, we're just concluding the business meeting. We'll talk more here. We're not close to ending our discussion, but the business meeting is coming to a close, and I do like to get formal proposals. Does anyone, last call, anyone have anything else that they would like to suggest for the agenda?
Yes, I would. Michael in Florida.
Michael, yes.
I suggest we put a time limit and eliminate extended talking, and we need to have a time limit on each response. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever. We need to have a discussion, find consensus, and make it a rule. I'd like that to be put on the agenda.
We'll put that on the agenda. Thank you, Michael. I will put that on the agenda. I would like to briefly state for the record that I'm inclined against that. I think if we've got good leadership, we can trust the leadership. But we'll talk about it. We'll put it on the agenda. Did you have a response here, Michael, quick?
Yeah, just a quick response. There just seems to be a lot of chatter, meaningless chatter, people going on and on and on about other topics and other issues that are not relevant to the business of today. And we need to keep it streamlined and focused and prevent filibustering. I yield.
No doubt, no doubt. I am opposed to filibustering and taking us off topic. I like to think I've been doing pretty good at keeping the discussion focused on the issues in the agenda here. But maybe I'm wrong, and we will put that item on the agenda for next week. And if there's no other suggestions for the agenda item, Louis, would I guess we're close to putting a wrap on the meeting here. I don't think we need to stop the recording, but Louis.
Charles, if I may, I'd like to just if we can, for a matter of record, I'm going to attempt to stop the recording and then immediately restart it after perhaps 10 seconds to see if it will create two separate recordings.
I've tried that once before, but you can try it again. Go ahead. Okay. This is September 12, 2020, Supreme Court of Law Conference, continuing on. And our business meeting has formally closed, and we are now entering a section of more open discussion with a little bit less rules and regulations in place. So, Louis, I do hope you might hang in the background a little bit, even though I know you'll probably be multitasking. I guess this is a point where you usually say goodnight. Is that correct, Louis?
It is, and I'll simply end the screen sharing, but I'll hang out for a few minutes in the background here, and I'll drop off shortly. So. I turn
Okay.
the floor over to
Thank
you.
you.
I yield.
Okay. And at that point, I am kind of inclined to steer the direction towards the discussion towards economic issues, but I would like there were a number of issues raised in the previous business section of the conference, and I'd like to just generally open it up in case anybody has anything that they feel is important that they would like to get open the discussion with here in the more open portion of our discussion. Anybody have anything that they would like to say at this point? If they feel it's important and worthy of revisiting. I'll pause here for a moment or two. Anybody? And then I'll take the issue of Cynthia Moore, I believe, from South Carolina. She contacted me here within the last couple days because I made a post under a video by a fellow named Michael Tellinger that some of you may know that was talking about using commercial instruments to pay off bank loans. And I'd made a comment there under about securing holder in due course status under the Uniform Commercial Code, and how that is actually superior to the goofy process that Michael Tellinger was suggesting. And I'd like to maybe jump into a little bit of a rant about superior quality commercial process that does have the capability of producing the revolution in economics that Mario from BC was alleging to get more economics down to our grassroots common people. That's just one proposition. If there's somebody else has a different proposition for the discussion, we could go with that. Again, I open the floor for anybody to react to my proposition or state a new proposition. I yield.
This is David. I didn't want to intrude upon any new proposition, but I did want to, I noticed David and Pam have a area code 810, and I think that's near to me in Michigan. I missed the first wondering if that is, are David and Pam in Michigan?
Yeah. David and the son?
Oh, that is
Dave, you there?
That's David and the son. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's good. Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you, David. Yeah. Can I jump into a rant about promissory notes and holder in due course and how it can revolutionize the economy system? Any objections? Hearing none. The Uniform Commercial Code is part of the state statutory codes of every state in the Union, and I believe it's pretty planetary-wide, earth-wide, and I think Canada probably has their own version of the Uniform Commercial Code also. And that Uniform Commercial Code allows for people to issue their own promissory notes. It's as simple as writing a check drawn on a bank. If for those of you that have got banking checking accounts, you know how simple that is. You can write a check, and that goes to your bank, and you can write it to your grocery store. You can pay your grocery bill when you write a check. That's a Uniform Commercial Code negotiable instrument. And thereunder, when you pay the grocery store with the check that you write, the grocery store owner becomes what's called holder in due course, unquote, to that commercial instrument. And of course, the grocer, he's going to take that commercial instrument and deposit it in his bank account, because that's how all of us have been trained to process these commercial instruments, and technically bank checks probably are more restricted than normal commercial instruments. So probably with the bank check, that's basically all he can do is take it to the bank. But to illustrate the issue of holder-induced course of promissory notes more fully, I'd like to point out that there are sections in the Uniform Commercial Code that produce extreme levels of economic empowerment to our common people, and the only reason this isn't catching on and empowering our common people to have much more economic prosperity is because the corruption in the municipal judiciary. All of the municipal government, Roman Empire government, is running Roman Empire municipal judicial process with judges that are mostly high-level Freemasons or Jesuits or Zionist Jews or some other type of morally compromised special interest group that is serving a New World Order agenda of evil to enslave the people rather than to empower them. Leroy Schweitzer of the Montana Freeman made it clear that under the Uniform Commercial Code, there was a merger of law and equity, similar to the Erie Railroad decision in United States Supreme Court case law, where they merged the jurisdiction of law and equity. And thereunder, common law insisted on a few fundamental principles of liberty, and so when they merged the commercial process with the common law process, they had to include things that made grassroots people empowering. They couldn't monopolize it with the private special interest group like they wanted to. And the provision in the Uniform Commercial Code that specifically gives us our economic common law empowerment is the sections that vary from state to state. And that section says that anyone that is a holder in due course of a promissory note or commercial instrument issued by anybody else. Whoever's coughing, please mute themselves. Whoever is a holder in due course of a commercial instrument issued by somebody else, that person that got that commercial instrument from someone else, traded some legitimate value for that commercial instrument, he then has what's called, quote, holder in due course status, unquote. And at that point, the various state code statutory provisions say that when that holder in due course uses that commercial instrument to pay or discharge his electricity bill or his phone bill or his gas heating bill or his mortgage payment, like on a foreclosure house, like what Cynthia is facing, when those commercial instruments are tendered to bankers or city utility companies or phone companies or anybody else that claims that you owe them a debt, if they refuse to take that commercial instrument as payment, then in essence they can't do it because it's a slam dunk. Anytime you present those commercial instruments to anybody that you owe a debt to, and the statutory codes, all of them, say if they refuse the payment, the debt is discharged. That's the way it is. You cannot refuse to take a Uniform Commercial Code commercial instrument. You cannot refuse that as payment for a debt and still claim to have the debt. Because if you do refuse to take the instrument as payment, then the debt is just discharged. This greatly disempowers the aristocratic rich class and the bankers and the lawyers, and it puts power at the grassroots common people, everybody that can issue commercial instruments and trade them to each other for other people's commercial instruments. Thereby, each of us become holders in due course of other people's commercial instruments, and thereunder we can use the commercial instruments that we've gotten from our friends to discharge or pay all of our debts, including debts on houses and tax liens and everything there. It's an immensely powerful thing. It's why they destroyed the Montana Freemen back in the early 90s, because they were toppling the entire evil empire with their Uniform Commercial Code process. And if they hadn't railroaded them off into jail, they would have been, we'd live in a different country here today. So this is kind of dangerous, but it is serious grassroots people empowerment. And I'd like to pause there for some questions or comments on the bold propositions that I just laid out there. I yield.
Terry, if I may.
Terry, yes.
Has anyone have any evidence of this working? Anyone been able to discharge any debts? Is this similar to the accept for value?
Let's not. Please, Terry, let's not muck it up with accepted for value. You challenged my basic proposition there. Is that correct?
I'm not challenging it. I'm just asking for evidence of anyone having success with it, because a lot of the things that we.
If I might. I just explained how the law works. I think I made clear my caveat that there is immense corruption in the judiciary. So technically, I would suggest, Terry, with all due respect, that you're not considering the full context of my proposition, because whether or not it works depends on having honorable judges that actually respect the law. And all I'm saying is that the law is on our side, and I do know for a fact that sometimes it does work. Frequently, in fact, I'd say about 50% of the time it does work, especially on smaller things like phone bills and electricity bills and things like that. There's a lot of people having success with the smaller things, but they usually entrench and start fighting harder when we do things like this to pay off a house or something like that, like what we're talking about doing with Cynthia Moore's case here. So I hope that does that address your concern here, Terry? Would you like to respond?
Yeah, it's not a concern. It's just that I understand what you're talking about, and I'm in agreement. And we do have the law, on our side. But the problem is that we have a lot of actors who don't abide by the law. And so for Cynthia, who is facing foreclosure, there's also another option, which is the administrative process. And
No.
Okay, I yield.
I would like to address something. This is Cynthia. I understand that there's other ways, but I am in the point now, and we're being more aware. We need to stop them from taking advantage of us and using our system against us. So therefore, even if it does not work for me, I'm still putting up a stand because it is the law, and we need to stop it. When more of us, like I say, come together and be aware and be knowledgeable about our unalienable rights, then we can stop things. So therefore, I'm willing to do it because they've been playing us for so long. So we need to take back control of ourselves and say, we don't need you to control us and treat us like slaves. We need to be knowledgeable about this situation, know what our rights are, because our Constitution protects us. But we have unalienable rights. And that's what we need to start taking, and it's in the law. And when we come together and stop them from doing it, and when most of us, sometimes it takes a forerunner. And when one of us start doing it and we back each other, then we can stop this corruption. They play us. We go in the courtroom, we don't even know what we're saying. We're calling names out, and they got their own rules and stuff when we go into their venues. Then they don't even give you the opportunity. My husband that I lived with for 15 years passed away, and because we did not go to the courtroom and got married, and we have paperwork and everything that's saying so, they will not let me go over his estate, will not let me, like I don't exist. It wasn't that I didn't want to pay the payments. They didn't allow, well, they say I can pay the payments, but I don't exist. I was never going to be the controller. And I went to court, and when I went to court to appear to say that I have interest in this property and how long, and that him and I were together in this property for about 15 years, they told me that I have no standing to leave the courtroom. We need to stop this.
Yeah.
Stop being taken advantage of. And when we practice our rights, I'm sorry.
But I was just saying thank you. I'm glad you're coming in with. See that the Uniform Commercial Code here gives us a platform to stand on. Yeah, see, we can stand up in court and accuse the bankers and, if necessary, the judge of being corrupted and in violation of the Uniform Commercial Code when they try to railroad us. Okay. That gives us a better platform. That gives us a better platform. That gives us the moral high ground and the legal high ground, even if they railroad us after that. But if we don't do it, if we go over to other things that are actually inferior, such as the military police state COINTELPRO process called administrative process. Administrative process is a military police state process. It's opposed to common law due process that respects our sovereign rights. And with all due respect, Terry, a lot of good people are enchanted by people that are talking about administrative process, and even worse is arbitration. There's all kinds of goofy process out there that are nothing less than a COINTELPRO operation to take us away from where the real horsepower is at. And we can't just be mindless lemmings being indiscriminate about the fundamental mechanisms and tradition and history of our law. Common law has a tradition of liberty and respecting people's rights and forming self-governing communities. Administrative process and arbitration process, those are military police state processes. Those are the process that are designed for obedient slaves to use to give them privileges. It doesn't give them rights. I yield.
If I may.
If I may, Terry, I yield.
I was going to say that UCC is Universal Commercial Code, and commerce is conducted within the corporate entities. And so when we're talking about our law form, which is common law, versus the commercial code, again, we're getting into the corporate fictional. And I know administrative is also part of the fictional corporate world, but, until we have our common law courts and we have populated our general assemblies, we don't have another option. And I have had some, successes with the administrative process. With the UCC, I have seen other people have done it locally here and not gotten any remedies. And so I'm just talking from personal experience, and I yield.
May I?
If I may.
Lewis.
Yes, regarding Cynthia's comment, if you will have me, that is an area that I've spent some time in, several years back in terms of defense of property here on Michigan. With several people, I'd be interested, Cynthia, in taking a look at that. I believe it, and what you've done, and Charles, and perhaps if you would like to add me to that conversation, there might be a way to use a completed and perfected administrative process, even within the common law realm, as evidence of certain action, meaning you went there to them directly and attempted to resolve this matter. And there might be a way to incorporate your perfected administrative process into any other action. Not trying to discuss particulars on this call, but would saying, just saying that if you would have me, that's an area that I have some experience in terms of research as it relates to Michigan ordinances and statutes which we may find similar. That's why I asked earlier about what state you were on, because that's really the first thing that I really take a look at. I yield.
Thank you, Louis. I'll be glad to include you in my email communication with Cynthia here. I think it would be healthy to introduce you to her. And similar as the commercial process, there is opposition with the commercial process too, between that and common law. But your version of administrative process, I do concede there may be elements of commercial and administrative and even arbitration process that can harmonize with common law. And I would certainly be interested in watching you try to harmonize administrative process with common law in efforts to help Cynthia with her foreclosure here, Louis.
Sounds good. And I think it would help many more than Cynthia with the same situation or similar scenario. I yield.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm very appreciative for that opportunity, and I accept it very much. And thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Louis. I thought I heard another gentleman talking. Was that Michael or asking for the floor?
Yeah, I no longer want to make the point. It's over. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Anybody else like to make a point or ask a question or anything?
I might only add, this is David, that claims that are made in common law, claims that are made that are acquiesced to or non-responsive on the other end, that it would seem to me, as was with, the guy that we used to speak with, Charles.
Hartford?
Hartford Van Dyke, yes. That once those claims are established, that they can be put in the form of not just promissory notes, but in the form of currency. I yield.
Yeah. There's a lot of potential there. Thank you, David. Yes, lots of potential here, ladies and gentlemen. There's a pause here. Anybody? We can stay on this issue or broaden out to other issues. Anybody have any issues they'd like to ask questions about?
Yes.
Or
if I can.
Mario.
So,
Mario on BC.
Yes, thank you. So it's about the freedom of choice, concerning that mask recommendation. Are so many people that have difficulty about their health, and it's about using those masks to silence people and to make people obedient on the first time. And the second idea is about if everyone's going to feel healthy and not going to be needed to wear a mask. For example, I was a bus driver before, and I get to lose my job because I didn't comply with that wearing a mask. So I wrote a letter to a city councilor here in Surrey, BC, and I received a message back with some points from Bonnie Henry. And Bonnie Henry article specifies that wearing a mask is about to be done when someone's going to be sick to not spread the virus, or when it's not possible that keeping social distancing. So on my job, I had some kind of almost the same people picking up from point A and dropping off on point B. So I get the really first to get down from the bus, and then the passengers, And at the same time, when picking up the passengers back in my bus, I was the last one to get inside of the bus. And from the very first, closer by me, it was around of 3 meters, right? So I didn't was sick, so no need to wear a mask, as the recommendation get to be speaking about too. And social distancing, I proved them that I can keep it all the time. So on the same, even with all those things, I was dismissed from my job, and I'm actually on EI now, just because that it was a private company saying that they are going to have their own rules. So private company, private business owners, in order to keep their businesses running, they going to impose that to the employees, and if the employees not going to obey into it, are going to lose their job. So it's like having a recommendation from a health organization, but the business owners are going to be much more drastically imposing those recommendations in a different way. So that is actually what I would like to know, if it's possible to be taken in consideration.
Sure. If I might presume to respond to your general issue there, about your employer in the past was a company that ran buses, and you were a driver for the buses, and you lost your job because you wouldn't wear a face mask. That's, to my mind, there's no way, or that's all part of the advancement of the military police state form of government that's happening in both of our nations and all over the earth. Yeah, it's all over, and we're not going to get a solution to that problem, I don't believe, until you people in Canada and us people in the United States of America produce a jury verdict saying that that whole emergency declaration, it's a lie. It's a lie.
Yeah,
and we've got a common law jury verdict saying it's a lie. And I know that 7th Amendment is only for the USA, and it doesn't directly apply to Canada, but it's a common law principle. It's a common law principle in the 7th Amendment. And Canada does have strong common law tradition, and you can claim the same authority of a jury trial verdict that we can claim. And that has the authority to shut down this whole coronavirus emergency military jurisdiction law. So I would encourage you, Mario, to look at the documents that are in the invitation agenda. They're web linked, and they show where our complaint against the conspirators that are advancing this lie. And you can look at those documents, and you can talk with Dallas and Shane and Elizabeth and Janet and the others there in Canada about how to do something similar for your own country. And I dare say that would be a good issue, like what we're trying to do here in the States with it, to bring the Constitutional Convention together. When you have 12 jurisdictions that are each represented by the 12 jurors that are required for a jury, then you've got your Supreme National Assembly. You've got your Constitutional Convention. Specifically, the phrase, quote, constituent assembly, unquote, that can be a very small community of people, like 12, which has all the power of a constitutional convention. These common law ideas are really powerful, and they can be used to make it much simpler for all of us in both nations to take our country back. And this complaint against the coronavirus militarism is an excellent vehicle for accomplishing all of those issues. Are you?
If I may.
Yes, perfect.
David.
Well, I'd like to give Mario a chance to respond to that because somebody might perceive me as changing the subject. So please, Mario, go ahead.
Oh, yes. I was just wondering to say thank you for this answer. It's going to be really valuable for me. And I will get in contact with anyone that we can do that happening here in Canada. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mario.
Okay. I'm seeing a pattern of practice of what the state and federal governments are doing to coerce the corporations which come in under them with anything from nonprofit to any corporation that has any kind of employees to be able to the government basically uses these corporations to force the government's policy onto the people, which is supposed to be above us. And one of those patterns is related to the tax structure. So, corporations are coerced to be the tax collectors, and that we have to go back to the government to try to collect back what has been taken from us by these corporations. So anyway, I just thought I'd make it's an observation of mine that the government has a tendency to try to use these corporations which come in under them to coerce us as a society, whether it's forcing us to wear masks or whether it's forcing us to have our pay deducted and then have to go seek recompense at a later time. I yield.
If I may.
Name and state, please.
This is Dave in the Thumb on Michigan.
Dave, yes.
Hi, Charles. I'd like to address that. I couldn't really understand the gentleman. Was he a bus driver in Canada? And
yes.
He got fired because he wouldn't wear a mask? Is that what he said?
Yes.
Did they have any rights for people in wheelchairs or anything like that there in Canada?
Oh, so if we have people in military?
No. Are there any rights for disabled folks in wheelchairs in Canada?
Oh, yes, we have some rights concerning that. Yes.
Okay, because in America we have something called the Americans with Disabilities Act, and I have a good friend in Indiana, and he works for the state bus company. It's a government organization, right? And we were texting back and forth about this whole nonsense with COVID, the planned scam shamdemic, and he was beside himself because he said there is no way I'm going to wear a mask, and they were coming down with a mandate that they were going to force all the employees to wear masks. Well, I'm part of the Michigan de jure Assembly, and when I joined the Assembly, they sent me with my paperwork a notice of liability that you make them sign, anybody that tries to force you to wear a mask. And our Americans with Disabilities Act states that it's a federal felony if anybody tries to make anybody wear a mask. And I sent him a picture of that, and he said, "How can I get a copy of that?" I said, "Well, if you can't copy the picture, go to the Americans with Disabilities Act." And within moments, he texted me back and he said, "Got it." Well, he ended up printing 25 copies of that act, and then the day that they came down with the mandate at work, he handed a copy of that to his human resources manager, and the manager turned around with his shoulders slumped, and he dragged his ass back to his office, and he also handed out the rest of those copies to all the other mechanics in the shop. And the only people wearing masks in there now are people that want to wear masks. They could not force them to wear a mask because in America, anybody just all they have to say is they have an exemption, and they can't even ask you, what your exemption is, because we have a HIPAA law here, and they could not force him, even though they're government, they couldn't force him to wear a mask. So anybody in a wheelchair or with an exemption who can't wear a mask or doesn't want it, I mean, my exemption is I'm concerned about my health, right? I have a health concern, and my concern is I'm concerned about my health, so I refuse to wear a mask, and nobody's tried to make me wear one. And if they do, there's a $75,000 fine for the first offense and a $150,000 fine for the second offense. And all you got to do is download Hartford Van Dyke's criminal complaint form, and you fill it out like you check off boxes on it, and then you file it in the federal court because it's free, and bam, they get a fine. So
here we don't have something like that. For example, under grocery stores, for example, and Save-On Foods, the masks are not mandatory. But if you go into Walmart and a superstore, going to be no one inside of the store have to be without mask. So I was on purpose. on Walmart here in Scott Road, just closer by my place, and they say from the entrance, actually, they pushed the mask on me, and I said I'm exempted. I have an exception, right? So they follow me. They call the manager, and manager itself showing up to impose me wearing a mask, and I get to ask them. I signed a document. So I say to him, do I sign a document between me and you that I'm giving you the right over myself? So if I say that I'm not wearing a mask and I have an exemption, that means I have some difficulty by wearing a mask, and you cannot impose that on me, right? So that manager get to call a few of his friends inside of the store, and the purpose to escort me out from the store, from Walmart. Yeah, so actually,
the people to rise up and not say no, but hell no. That's what we need to do here in America as well. But I'd like to address the last guy that was talking about the corporations being controlled by the government. I think it may have started that way, but now the corporations, we have fascism, communism, socialism, all wrapped up into one little tight little, neat bow. And it's the corporations that are controlling the government. And now, we've got the big box stores like Walmart and the like. They're not forcing anybody to wear a mask, but the little mom and pops are the mask Nazis, and they're going to go under because the people aren't going to keep shopping at those places if they're forced to wear masks. Yeah. And I think that's their plan to shut down the economy. Because, if the major corporations where nobody wants to shop, they're not making you wear a mask, but you got to follow the arrows and the footprints and social distance and all that crap. It's just if people can't see what's happening here, we're all in big trouble, and we need to get our shit together and put a stop to this nonsense. I yield. Thank you.
If I may, Lewis, Michigan.
Okay. Yes.
Just a quick question to David on the thumb. You mentioned that you are a member of the Michigan Assembly. I would ask which, and this is with all due respect. I appreciate everyone on this type of call, which brings together some members of various organizations on the nation states. So with all due respect, which Michigan Assembly, David, are you a member of?
Michigan de Jure Assembly. It's michigandejure.org.
Okay.
And we're part of the national. We're part of the national-assembly.net.
Right.
We're the ones who started that. The national side to teach the states to form assemblies, and we've been the Michigan Assembly has been in effect since around 2010.
And I'm very familiar with that particular group. I think your official organization was about 2013 because I was actually there in 2010 and 2011 and an officer of that organization at that time. So I just wanted to know which assembly you were. I'm Lewis of Michigan, of Wayne County, the first, the original and first settled county of Michigan, a free and independent state. That's okay. Just wanted to share that with you. Notice and published back in. No, sir. As our notice was out in 2011, there was also a notice. There was issues that I don't think need to be brought forward on this call around 2013. So you will you are probably well aware with the documentation and the origin of your organization that they reference a 2013 origin, but also reference many documents that were noticed and published both internationally and domestically in 2011. I was there at that time, actually 2010, 2011 through 2013. So, but I appreciate, and that's one of the reasons, David, that I asked that question, because I appreciate Charles having this type of forum that might bring together those that have chosen to step up across the country that may be members of other organizations, whether it be the national assemblies or the other state assemblies, the ANA organization, or the Republic with a K, that organization, which I probably tend to lean more towards in terms of association, just from a distance. But this forum is not based upon an organization, but the common people who recognize their inalienable rights to come together and form the Supreme Court of Law and form the super states. So, which I appreciate, again, this forum being available for members that might not otherwise communicate with each other. I yield.
This is David. If I could just piggyback that, just to mention to David and Islam that I was the Michigan General Assembly's first secretary. I yield.
I would confirm that. Got a veteran of that organization, David of the Thumb. Go ahead. I yield.
David, you are.
I was the Michigan General Assembly's very first secretary.
And you resigned?
Yes. I turned it over to other people and moved on.
Well, I think, David, you were probably within the first 20 members at a time when that organization grew to over 300. You were probably within the first 20. I think myself, my wife, other family members, we were about 20, 21, 22, but you were among the originals, if I'm
correct. That's correct, dating back to 2009. I yield.
Right.
Well, if I may, if we don't all hang together, most assuredly we will all hang separately. I yield.
Exactly.
I agree with that, David, on the thumb. I yield.
Well, to both you gentlemen, if I may, maybe it's time to revisit, MichiganDeJure.org and see if you like any of the changes.
Charles, I think you were muted. You're trying to say something. We're not hearing you.
Thank you, Louis. I did have my mute on. Thank you for watching. The reason that we've got different Michigan General Assembly groups is because there are irreconcilable differences between the leadership of the different groups, I do believe, and that means that at least a few of the leadership of these groups is being unreasonable, okay? And so from the grassroots, the people need to do the homework of figuring out which leaders are good and which leaders are just confused and which leaders are bad. And that's the homework that really needs to be done, as I see it. And this forum is open to discussing the merits of those issues. We could make that an agenda item if somebody wants to. But the devil's in the details here, and we can't just be singing Kumbaya when we've got COINTELPRO subversives in here that throw hand grenades around and destroy everything that we try to do that has any potential to save us from the evil schemes that are staring us in the face here. So we got a lot of homework to do, and I do hope that we can keep focused in a constructive direction and address the real issues, especially about corruption leadership within our own communities here. There's some real problems in these areas. I yield there.
I would like to make a comment also. Everything was...
Could you turn your volume down, please? Your volume is excessive.
Oh, I don't even know how to do that. You talking to me?
Yes, ma'am, please.
I don't even know how to do it, so I'm going to lower my voice. I'm going to make a comment about, I had called out Jim University, and it's Ken Cousin. And another platform that Ken Cousin be on is Sean McGuire. It's SeanMaguire. And they're talking about a lot of things that you're saying right now. And it's very, very enlightening. And I think that, and even in Canada, they're talking about it, and I can't really explain it as much. But it's a very good subject to get a lot of knowledge about, and how to set up these different communities and how to really have a lot of backbone and have the standing to do what we need to do together. And that's really a good something. Just look at it and make your own opinion about it. But I think that you guys will really relate to it. It's really good information. And it's Sean McGuire, SeanMaguire, and Ken Cousin, and he has Gemstone University. It's not going to hurt. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Cynthia. I'd like to point out that I've investigated the Gemstone University, Ken Cousin's group, and they do say a lot of good things, no doubt, but they're acting like they've got the big solutions, and they're charging big fees to people. And I know enough about common law and constitutional law to know that they're not presenting the big picture to the people. And I'm inclined to believe that their leadership is compromised, just like so many other groups around here. And I'd be delighted to be proven wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I really don't think so, and I feel compelled to say that. I yield.
Right now, he was charging at the beginning to get this set up, but now they're giving out, especially because what's taking place right now of the coronavirus and us being aware and want to stand up for our rights and our freedom. They are doing a lot of things free now. To set up that organization, you have to work with money in different situations, what he was doing at the beginning. But right now it's a big change, and they're giving a lot of information and stuff like that really free now.
Well, just briefly, it's about more than asking for money. It's also about the quality of empowerment that we're doing to the grassroots. And I don't think that their entire package is nearly as serious about grassroots empowerment as some of the other options on the table. I don't want to beat up on them a whole lot, but I wanted to make that point. I yield.
Well, that's totally understandable. But I like to take the gems out of all information, and just like when I was listening to you, I know the gems in your information, and it was really good. And right now, if you would have you listened to him recently about a lot of things, because it's really focusing on what's taking place right now. What's taking place as we come together as a unity.
Well, I've focused on their fundamental mode of procedure, and no doubt they are probably saying some real interesting things about what's happening now, but I know the way they started and their general business model for doing things, and it looks bad news to me. So that's all that I know for now. Maybe you want to send me a video or a clip or something, I'll take a look at it. But I'm really apprehensive that, there's not going to be much of value there.
Well, I'm very open-minded about it, and I would like for you to watch this video and share your opinion about it, because I like very like-minded people to come together and make their viewpoint. Because the more knowledge you know about and listening to knowledgeable people, the more you can learn. So I would like to know your views about him right now, because when I first started listening to him many years ago, I wasn't too interested, and then I went back and started listening to him about a year now. And he is really hitting some very big high points of what's taking place.
Cynthia, can you post a specific link in the chat? This is Abraham, Nevada. Can you post a specific link in the chat? Because I've seen a lot of Ken Cousins stuff. And you're right. On the surface, he does sound absolutely brilliant. But I don't know how much you know about his past. I've delved a little deeper into his past. And, yes, he's got a very mixed past. But his information does seem very good. If there's a particular video that you're impressed with, can you please post the link if you know how to do it?
I don't know how to do it. That is it. I am really learning a lot right now by doing different things with the computer, and I do not. I'm surprised how I got on this so easily. But
are you entered in, Cynthia? Are you entered in by phone, or are you entered in by Wi-Fi or by internet?
Wi-Fi, internet. Yes, I'm in by internet.
Okay, well then you should be in control of the panel. You should have panelists.
I should. My son.
Well, do you have you see the little chat box? Just get a link on your computer, one that you think is good that represents the video.
Why don't I just when I talk to Charles to make it easier, why don't I just give it to him on his email or whatever, and then he can relate it to you guys?
Because I would like to see exactly what you're referring to, because I've seen a lot of Ken Cousins stuff in the Gemstone University, and I was on several of their video calls a couple years back, and I've seen a lot of their upper-level management, and they were charging $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 to join their cooperative.
That's what I know. At the beginning, they were charging that, and now, like I say, I just started listening to him again, and which I am very open-minded, and I'm willing to listen to a lot of people. And from you, this is what I learned out of life: the more information that you have, the more knowledge, because there's so much lies out there. And, I mean, the game have been, outrageous of lies and controlling.
Yeah, I can tell you.
Then you can find gems out of every situation. Just like all different types of religion, beliefs, and all this other stuff. I never limit myself to any of those things, because I found gems out of everything that makes certain things come together for me. And
I have a lot of that same position. We must be good spirits, because I probably spent like a zillion years. That's what it feels like with the amount of information I take in. It's across the entire spectrum. Are you familiar with the Venus Project with Jacques Fresco? He died about a year ago. But have you ever heard of it?
Tell me about it, because I listen to so many different things, and then when you start talking about the subject, I've dibble and dabble in so many things.
Venus, Florida. That's the name of the county. Venus, Florida. This guy, Jacques Fresco, he pioneered something called the Venus Project. I think you will find a lot of meat and potatoes on that. You don't find that fascinating. He was talking about a utopian society, and what do you call it? A society that runs with no money. It was fascinating. But the whole idea was sold to South America to some very large corporation because it couldn't get traction here. But I would like to get your feedback on that one day if you ever took the time. Just type in Venus Project.
Actually, the United States is the utopia situation because we're running with no money right now. There's no money. It's our energy. That's why when you sign, that's why it's a spiritual warfare. So actually, when I listen to things like that and know that we're nothing but energy, that's why when you sign your name, and like they say, when God spoke, everything was created. We have and
Cynthia, I posted my number in the chat. Do you know how to get to the chat? Let me give you my number now. Because you sound like a very sharp mind, and I would certainly like to engage you in conversation, and perhaps we could get some traction. I'll give you my number now if you want to write it down.
Okay.
702 202 7900.
Okay.
And I would certainly, when you have time, I would certainly love to engage you in some conversation. I think we can get some traction.
Sure. I would love to.
Okay. And anybody else who heard the number is more than welcome to write it down and call me.
702-202-7900.
Hold up there, Speedy Gonzalez. I wasn't ready for that.
You want me to repeat it?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
702.
Oh, you're in Nevada? Are you in Nevada?
If I'm in where?
702 is a Nevada area code.
No, I thought that
she's repeating
your number.
Oh,
okay, you want me to give you my number?
Well,
no, I'm in South Carolina. No, I'm repeating your number back to make sure I did it right.
Okay, go ahead, repeat it.
702-202-7900.
Yeah, that's my number.
Okay. My number is 843.
843. Hold on, 843. Go ahead.
983.
983. Go ahead.
0300.
0300. Thank you. Got it.
All right. I'm sure you guys will have interesting discussion. Cynthia, Abraham works real closely with me, and so I'm sure he'll be interested in your foreclosure case too. But we can probably talk about that in more private discussions. We've got other people still on the conference here that I would like to try to broaden out the discussion a little bit more now, if that's okay with everybody.
Absolutely.
All right. I see we've got Mario from British Columbia. Yes.
Yes.
And we've also got Michael from Florida still with us. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 5 of us in the discussion here at this point. And I'd like to ask either Mario or Michael if either of you have anything that you think is worthy of our small group here focusing on a little bit more seriously, some serious issues that might be remaining that are worthy of our precious time and energy that we should not be wasting on superficial issues, but we should be talking about real issues to try to help save our planet from the devil worshippers. Mario or Michael, either one of you care to grab the microphone and talk about whatever's on your heart here?
Yeah, I will. This is Michael in Florida. I look at the situation very simply. We have an army that is headed our way, and they want to do us no good. They are approaching very closely, and for the last 20 years, this army has been approaching. It's very close now, closer than it's ever been. And we continue to spin endlessly in the public hamster wheel. going nowhere, but ever spinning and spinning and spinning, but never going anywhere.
Yeah, so I say that from the very start of this pandemic, they are doing that because they monopolized money. And by, I'm from Romania originally, so I know the actually reason why that revolutionary movement, it was happening in '89. So it was actually to have in control the European countries and to transform from sovereignty of the countries and to dependent of, hidden deep state agenda of central banks, right? That's why any country gets to borrow money from central banks that belong to those guys. You know very well who I'm talking about Rockefeller, Rothschild, Bilderberg, Soros, that are going to take advantage and to have profit from any crisis. And this is a biggest scam and a biggest crisis and a biggest, you name it, from all the humanity time. So if we want to go away from them, from their control, we have to become sovereign, and we have to have where the money is coming from. So, and that things is where we keep our dollar money, American dollar money or Canadian dollar money, and the only way to do that is to change who's going to print those money. So if we're going to have that ability, printing our money and not coming the money, everyone money coming from them, that would be awesome if we can keep the same structure. If it's not possible because they monopolize the dollar as a money, right? So we have to create a new currency and to not allow here in Canada American dollars or Canadian dollars to be an effect, and that means we have to use whatever the country can produce, and with the different needs we have to trade goods and the change of a different goods. So in that way we're not going to allow them to control the society by controlling where the money is coming from, right? Because that is the real big issue. That is my point of view.
That's a specific economic focus. I think Michael may have been focusing a little bit more broadly. Michael?
Well, yes and no. The monetary issue is a focus that I believe that we should be on. I think it's an issue that can trigger people to get involved, and I look at it as a catalyst, also. And
that's. So that is actually the reason why people are going to wear a mask, why people are going to obey into that autodestructive system, because they are afraid to not lose their job, because they're losing their job, they lose their income. Losing their income, they have not food to put on the family table, right? So that is the main issue. If we're going to change that, our money to not be coming from them, but being printed by us, well, it's very simple, So, you given us the possibility to print the money from ourselves. So if you don't want, okay, keep your money, keep your dollar money. You are not going to be allowed to invest everything or to use the dollar money in US and in Canada, creating a new currency, right away. And yeah, okay, we don't want you to control our lives with your money. We're going away from your money. I don't know. It will be hard because we have to say it will not be easy to start everything from ground. But it's a solution, right?
So give us back our gold, and then you keep your fiat paper.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can change.
They're going to kill all of us first. I'm just joking. The whole thing is, it's not about the money. That's why there's no money in the system. It's a spiritual warfare that we don't remember and why we're here, because we have to sleep. And therefore, as I was learning and studying so many things, we think it's the money. There's no money. We are operating right now in a debt system to keep us spiritually dead. And when we sign away our energy, because it's nothing but consciousness, and I don't want to get too much into the metaphysics, into the situation, but the whole thing is, there's no money. If there's no money in the system and we operate, and that's why I can do this promissory note, and I know because they had to counteract no matter what, because they still have universal law. We have to consent every time, and they trick you to consent. That's why when I was listening to Charles and other people about this situation and knowing about my metaphysical understanding, is that when you go in there, because your voice, they cannot do anything to us, because we give it up. Our mother gave it up. We go get our driver's license. We do this and we do that. We are consenting to everything under false pretense, but we are consenting to those things. And that's why they have control. That's why knowledge is so important. It's very, very important.
Can I say something there? Cynthia's words. I need to quibble with her about a detail. I believe, Cynthia, you said we're consenting to it. And I would like to point out that as a matter of contract law, we have not consented. What we're looking at there is the corrupted judges are presuming. They're presuming that we've consented. Okay? So it's important to keep those details in mind, because when we recognize that it's all a presumption, those presumptions are rebuttable.
Exactly.
And that shows our legal pathway to our remedy. And so it's important that we choose our words carefully in these kind of battles, so that we can pull out our sword and we can jab them right at their vulnerable point, rather than just wailing at the limbs and the branches. We can strike at the root. So I just wanted to make that point. It's all on presumptions. So much of their fraudulent system is all based upon presumptions, which these corrupted judges do. This is why we need to be establishing our own courts of common law jurisdiction at the precinct level and take the power away from all the de facto municipal judges that are presently monopolizing everything. I yield.
That is the main point. You are exactly, absolutely correct.
Yeah. That's right, indeed, 100%.
That was a powerful statement. That's the way, what I'm seeing right now, what you're saying, and that's what I'm doing right now, because they just run all over us from our ignorance. And what you just said is exactly the point that we need to start focusing how to come about and to do.
Exactly.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Yeah. They run all over us because we have no way to enforce our power. We have truth on our side. We have the law on our side.
Yes.
But we don't have the power of enforcement. This is the enigma that we've been facing for a very long time.
Well,
until we organize and have large numbers in a particular area, we will not be able to penetrate their fortress.
Exactly. That's exactly. When I went into that courtroom, I was by myself, and they act like I didn't even show up. I have no proof. They had no recording, no nothing. They just got the bailiff and told me to leave. If we go in there together, and we stop them as a force together and not be afraid, because we overpower them when we're together. Like if I had people in there with me, or even in cases. Oh, no, this is not right. We're going to be our own judge. We're going to be our own lawyers and everything together, unity, not by yourself, but together. When you go in that courtroom and you have, like, the whole community in there to make sure they're following the law.
Ma'am, can you please turn your volume down?
Oh.
It's so loud.
Yeah.
I am so sorry.
Yeah, screaming. It's like you're screaming.
That's why I keep saying the power stay in unity. As better we are united and we become many staying together, better will be for us to take control of our lives. Because, that's why they are using Antifa and Black Lives Matter. That's why they dividing the groups. That's why they want as much as possible to keeping people away, joining the movement and becoming powerful together.
Sponsoring those things. That's what it's about, dominant and control. And they got the Black Lives Matter is because they know when you keep somebody divided, everybody life matters. Everybody has to understand. That's when we see that we're going off the root of the problem. Yes, because they got us mind control and already got us separate, they use these different things because we see the tragedy and the differences and stuff like that, besides seeing the unity in things. They're using these things against us. When we realize, and I mean, when I started studying the Bible like 17, 18 years ago, I just couldn't understand why people don't understand. Say God went within itself. Everybody that has an orb of a soul of the spiritual father, which is basically a lot of us on this planet. Some of us have lost it. But the whole thing is, it went within itself because it's created. Everything is male and female. There's no difference. There's no more power than the other. All right, it was one, that's why they show you, like in the Vista Pisca, what happened was the big old circle, the 360 circle here, that was separate to have experience. Like they say, he was bored, and it was bored, the creator was bored, and it wanted some movement. When it separated itself, it had chances to experience itself. And experience itself because everything, even in a male, he has female energy as well. We all have female and male energy within us. And a lot of people, it's just that it's a joke because the higher force know these things. We're asleep and we don't remember a lot of stuff. And we're becoming aware, and a lot of us are coming aware right now, and they're scared as hell. And that's what's going on with this global pandemic right now. This global pandemic.
That's right.
It's showing us that we're all one, and there's nothing different. They're treating us all the same. Wear your darn mask and follow my rules. I made you think you were better. I'm just going to use this for an example. The house nigger and the field nigger. The house nigger thought he was better than the field nigger because it's mind control. I guess it's okay for me to say that because I have on a black avatar suit now.
No, that's completely true. Yeah.
And then it's also just like even it's not money, the poor, the rich. Just like you had there's no such thing. I know better. There's no such thing as race. It's experience. Only thing difference between me and you is experience.
May I say something?
Okay.
Yeah. When you visit someone's house that you've never been to before, you don't dominate the conversation.
Okay, I apologize. I don't mean disrespect. Trust me, I don't believe in disrespecting, and I like to talk about this, so I probably am, and I apologize for doing that. So it's no disrespect, and trust me, this was very, very knowledgeable, and I learned a lot from you guys.
Self-control.
Yes.
I really like you guys.
I'm not afraid to look at myself, and I apologize if I offend or I dominate the conversation. I apologize.
Okay. I really like you guys. So I wanted to know when the next meeting will be.
Miriam.
Yes.
Miriam.
Yes.
I believe Michael was trying to get a word in edgewise here, and he was having trouble with getting the microphone away from Cynthia, and I think he deserved an opportunity to say some things before we allow you to now then take the microphone. Please, Mario.
Okay, thank you.
Michael, were you trying to say some things? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mario, and thank you, Charles. You know, I've been on these conference calls for many years, and I have yet to see anything get accomplished substantive. And I find it very interesting that when someone comes on here, their very first time, they dominate the conversation. And we have to be respectful of someone's house. When you go to someone's house that you've never been to before and you don't know the person, you don't know his friends, and you're the stranger, the last thing you want to do is talk too much, if at all. I yield, and good night.
Well, I guess, Mario, you've got the microphone now.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
So
sorry.
I was just wondering to say I really like this type of conversation, and I need to know when the next one will be and how is the way to receive it. I have to give you my email, my phone number, or whatever will be.
Can you post? Do you know how to get to the chat window? Can you post it in the chat?
Oh, I don't know. I have just a phone conversation now. I don't know how to get there.
Oh, okay. How about did you get the email with the invitation to the conference?
Yeah, I get that from Dallas.
Okay. At the bottom of the email is my email address. Can you send me your email address and your phone number to my email address in the conference invitation?
Oh, yeah, I will going to get inside of this right now.
Hey, Mario. I got a real
Okay,
easy way
yeah.
to do it, Mario.
Okay.
Mario, what's your phone number?
Yes, it's 778.
Wait a minute, 778.
Yes, 222.
222.
Yes, 1977.
1977. And you said you're in British Columbia in Canada?
Yes.
And so that you don't have to put a country code when you dial that number, just an area code of 778, that's all?
Oh, yeah, so normally I know is one here in Canada to be put before.
So there's no country code, right? Just do 778, that's all?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Okay. When you called the phone number to get onto the conference, did you just dial the number with no country code?
Oh, yes, exactly. But I will send you my email address on the same time by email. So
Okay,
it's free conference.
Huh?
Yeah, so the email is support@freeconferencecall.com, right?
Support what? Support at what?
Support@freeconferencecalls.com. This is the email address?
Oh, that's for you.
No. That's the conference call email address. I'm Charles. You can send it to charles@constitutionalgov.us or charles@protonmail.
Okay.
Charles, doesn't Proton Mail have a .com at the end?
Yeah, I'm presuming that he's got the brains to look at the email invitation where it's Proton Mail.
Hey, Mario.
Yeah,
Mario, Mario, where are you from originally? Because you have a very strong accent, and I'm trying to figure out what's your native language.
Yeah, I'm from Romania.
Oh, Romania. Nikola Tesla was from Romania, wasn't he?
No, so actually it was a Serb. It was Serbian. Yeah.
He was from
Okay,
Serbia.
I found I found the email address charles@constitutionalgov.us. All right.
Yes, that's me. That's me. Please send to me. I'll add you to the email list, Mario.
Yeah, I will send my phone number and my email address.
Mario,
very good.
Yes, Charles?
No, that's good. That's good. We're making progress.
Mario, how long have you lived in Canada?
Well, I'm here from 2008, but I was almost 10 years. Almost 10 years time I was in Montreal, so in Quebec area. Yeah.
Quebec.
Yes.
How old were you when you left Serbia?
Romania.
No, I didn't. Romania. I was leaving from Romania at on 2008, December 2008.
Was it difficult?
Oh, it was kind of difficult. I had to learn French language that I didn't knew nothing from French at that time.
No, what I mean was it difficult? Was it difficult to get your ability to leave Romania? Was it difficult for your international to leave Romania? Was that difficult to leave Romania, or was it easy?
Oh no, it was not difficult. It was not difficult. Just doing my my application, you know, and about 6 months I done everything and I was able to go.
Was it very expensive to leave Romania and settle in Canada?
It was kind of concerning the the difference between dollar money and Romanian national money. It was around of $30,000 dollars.
What's your skill set? What's your skill set? What kind of industry are you in? What kind of job did you do? What's your training?
Well, I was a bus driver and a truck driver, and I done some studies on informatics. So I have some certifications on IT.
So Mario, you were in the financial markets?
Oh no, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Because you said you had some kind of licensing. I didn't quite understand what you meant by that. I thought maybe you were working in the money markets.
Oh no, I have some license on IT, information technology.
Oh, brilliant! Absolutely brilliant. So you're familiar with internet technologies?
Oh yeah. I done even some preparation in CCNA concerning the switches and routers and network connections. You know, doing creating the router connectivity. You know, like creating IP addresses and doing intranet.
Okay, I had a computer shop for 10 years. I'm somewhat familiar with the computer industry. So you're very familiar with Internet protocols? Are you, what do they call that, Microsoft certified?
I have no certification on that. I just have
but you have you have familiarity with those Microsoft systems? Is it familiar to you?
Oh yes, I am.
Oh, very good, Charles. That's very good to know, Charles.
Yes.
Okay. You know, it's just another line of discussion. Sometimes the political line of discussion is not the only line. Sometimes you want to get into personal line discussions and you find out what people's skill set is.
Yeah. I personally have some serious computer difficulties, and I would be willing to pay somebody with computer skills to try to help me cure the problems that we're facing here. Yeah.
What's the difficulty?
Please, yeah.
What you deal with?
Well, we can talk about it later. Charles, please, Charles, let's do that on a personal call. I want to do some more general scoping of the guy's nature.
I'd like to point out that Michael joined back with us. I'm delighted to notice in the attendees window. Can we kind of balance, give Michael an opportunity here to have a little bit of say, and then maybe if Michael doesn't have much to say?
I would really like to scope out for a few more minutes Mario's basic nature, because he sounds like he could be an extremely valuable member to the core functioning of the group. With his and I have the computer background, and I would like to be able to scope out the nature of his skill sets. But if you feel that Michael has something in that arena, Michael, are you familiar with Infinite Technologies as well?
Well, just a little bit, but I would like to hear more from Mario before I had anything to say. I would agree with you. Continue on your
Easter egg hunt.
Yeah. I yield.
Thank you, Michael.
So Michael, have you? Mario, have you been on many conferences with other kinds of patriot groups as well?
Yes, I was and I still are when I have time with UnifyThePeople.ca.
When did you start becoming very interested in understanding the nature of the system, the very large establishment? Because it sounds like you are pretty familiar with understanding the nature of this problem. You sound very familiar with it. Sounds like you've done quite a bit of reading.
Yes.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm 43, and actually how I become familiar with this, back in time in 2005, actually in 2015, I was working long ride, from Montreal to Houston, Texas, Laredo. I had to drive on that time the big truck, flatbed truck. And once when I come back from my ride, I found my bathroom and I was so close to die, so hard it was the impact. And I said at that time, well, I really need to start better appreciating my time and my personal life, because at that time my boss that I had didn't want to understood that I need to have some relaxing time to get back my back, and he just fired me. And that time I start to dig and to finding the answers on everything, and I get to find how the European Revolution get to be started. Then I get even back and I get to see how
Mario, you said you started at 2015. That's when you started to become interested in understanding the nature of the establishments worldwide. At 2015, that's when you started.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, you moved pretty fast.
yeah, because I was just really thirsty to find the answers on everything. That's why I'm, I even pushing very hard here in Canada for unifying the groups and to become powerful by becoming united between us.
Okay, Mario, hold on. You said unifying the groups. What do you mean by unifying the groups? Can you explain that a little bit more?
Oh, yes. What is happening here in BC and Vancouver, especially, are going to be formed lot of groups that are going to have different topics. But
can you
at the same time,
Mario, can you describe some of the nature of these groups? What type of groups are you referring to?
Oh, yeah. So, for example, it's Hugs Over Musk. that are going to have the topic about we have to embrace each other, to hug each other, not to have social distancing or things, right? So this is a very good topic, and that is one of the ways to get people realizing what actually the truth and what we have.
And Mario, were you successful? And did you find that it was difficult to try to unify the groups? Did you find some common ground that unifying the groups? Did you make several attempts? And did you have some comprehensive traction? Glue. Did you find the glue to bring the groups together? Did you find that?
Oh, yeah, actually I find it, and actually I keep saying to them, because they are doing even 2 or 3 events on the same day, same time. So,
Mario, let me ask you, was all the efforts that you used to help to unify the groups, was some of this in person and some of this by telephone conference, or was it all telephone conference, or was it a good mixture between in person and telephone conference?
Well, I try to do that in person when I have the possibility to meet together a few of the members of a different groups or a few of the leaders of a different groups. Sometimes I'm doing, most of the time actually I'm doing by live stream video that I keep, I try to keep everyone connected together, and by giving them the examples what exactly they done and what it was wrong and why I'm saying that it was wrong what they done, in order
Mario, do you work with a core group of people who help you and assist you in this activity, or do you feel that you are working pretty much by yourself and you are pushing other people to join groups or to come together in different groups, or have you developed a group that is very strong in helping to bring in other groups together? In other words, do you function as a team, or do you function solo, by yourself, when you try to make these efforts to bring other groups together? Are you part of a team, or do you do that by yourself?
Actually, I have some other 5, 6 members in different groups that are going to act in the same way as me. So actually what I done...
Yes?
Yeah, and the last period of time, few weeks, I get to bring together 4 groups that actually are going to be really united when is something really special is happening, as tomorrow events, for example, Freedom Rally, that will be all the groups going to be together. But, we still have to really well organize that. For example, I trying to explain them, we need to have 2 protesting days. For example, Saturday and Sunday. And one Saturday group going to have an event that will be, and that Saturday group will going to be connected with 3 more groups, right? So Sunday group we're going to have connected with.
Those are specifics. I'm trying to get generalization. That's very specific.
Oh, okay.
I need to throw a couple of questions at you so I can get a good composite, a good wide breadth and depth. So if you don't mind me asking you a couple of quick questions. When you organize your groups, since you do have Internet protocol technologies that you're familiar with, when you organize your groups, do you use technology at all, like database management, system software, collaborative software? Do you use technology to help you in trying to organize, correlate, and bring together these groups in a central database? Do you do anything like that, or is it pretty much without the involvement of computer technologies or Internet protocols? How do you do that? Do you do that without technologies, Internet technologies, or do you do it primarily with Internet technologies?
Well, most of the time I'm doing without, because I'm just using.
You're doing it mostly by phone calls and person-to-person visits and exchanges. Is that primarily how you network?
Oh yeah, because I really think it's very important body language too, right? The being closer by those people and trying to have direct contact with them, and having a better connectivity by using body language.
Yes, yes. Body language. I was in sales and management, sales and marketing. Body language is very, very important. But a lot of times, when you can use the advanced internet technologies and a group think. You ever heard of group think? It's a communication technologies that deals with lots of people and hive mentality, like a beehive. You know how a beehive or an ant colony, where you can have very large groups of people centralized through internet technologies, where you can have group think or hive mentality, where you have protocols in place where you could bring in large groups of people together and have them funneled through like a contact management system. Are you familiar with contact management? Like, in sales and marketing, they use contact database management systems where you can have people go through a funneling process. Do you have any experience with contact management, software?
Yes.
Okay, Charles and Michael, this guy's got a lot of the basic essential skill sets to help put together a paradigm shift in how these conferences can unfold in a more productive manner. I think this fella is a keeper.
Yes. Thank you, Abraham, for drawing those issues out. You were very efficient at vetting Mario here, for lack of a better term. Mario is obviously a very talented man, and it would be very good for us to try to build a closer working relationship with Mario.
I think that would be very primary, and because it sounds like he would be very eager, very interested in developing the type of database management, communication software, internet protocol technologies, so that once we figure out the paradigm shift on how to bring very large numbers of people together in a seamless automated structure that's scalable, he would be engrossly interested in developing that skill set, because he has the primary requisites to function in that area as a target area of his interest. And I think between the project that me and Michael want to do, I think he could be a vanguard in the Canadian environment and also spill over into the U.S. environment. I think he will have a tremendous focus on helping to flesh out those metrics.
Yes. In fact, seeing as we're a little bit less formal here, could you go ahead and give a brief summary of the discussion on that point with you and Michael?
Say that again?
Can you go ahead and give a brief summary of your discussion with Michael on that specific point?
Okay, Mario, me and Michael, he's in Florida. Michael has been in this movement for a very long time. He's very familiar with organizing people, speaking at events, and helping to move people in the right direction so they can realize their empowerment and how to come together behind a common purpose. And Michael's been doing this for a very long time. I have not been doing it as long as Michael. Michael has been in the professional arena in this respect for a very long time, and so has Charles. But I come from a technology background, computer database management, and also computer software, and managing software that focuses on sales and management. And a lot of this process that we're using to bring people into this forum, to this platform, it's a very weak platform. It's very difficult, as you saw today on the conference, it becomes very difficult to figure out how to keep the topic focused, right? And we don't have the proper computer protocols, the proper software protocols, and the proper website protocols to have a scalable, you know what scalable means? A system of software that can expand and contract on a need-to basis depending on how many people are hitting a particular website. So it has to be scalable, and you have to have the right controls. What we want to put together is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week, 365-day platform that functions constantly, never shuts down, and anyone at any time can join whatever discussions are happening at any given moment, and they can add whatever they want to the website, and there's filtering processes and security protocols to only allow certain members of the organization to access certain levels that might be security sensitive, and you have a core group of people that can monitor and maintain this type of database management. When you're dealing in sales and marketing, you have a process where you go by trying to court your customer. And in this case, since I don't really have, I'm expert in sales and marketing and management. And in this case, if you look at the freedom movement as a sales and marketing paradigm, and you use the same process as you would use when you're trying to filter in your customers, right? And there's a whole bunch of protocols that are in place so that you can target your customers properly. It's very similar to what you're doing when you're starting to develop your groups. It's almost parallel to a sales and marketing paradigm. So me and Michael are trying to put together a think tank. You're familiar with the term think tank, right?
With what?
With the word think tank, the phrase think tank. You're familiar with the phrase think tank?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so we want to put together a brainstorming think tank where we can identify the obstacles that restrict a more perfect flowing form in the conference environment. Because if we can get the metrics down so that we can filter out all the bullshit and keep only the very best of what's necessary to conduct the perfect conference, right? I think we can build it. Me and Michael were discussing the other day on what we have to identify to figure out how to put together the perfect conference with the internet technologies, database management, protocols, and collaborative software, and have a platform that we can put together using technologies so that it will be expandable enough to have thousands of people at any given moment participate nationwide or worldwide in a platform conference that functions in a collaborative manner where we don't drop any balls. Because in this situation, like the conference today, a lot of balls were dropped. And it's hard to keep those balls in motion. And we really need to use the very best technology has to offer. And today, in the freeware environment, there are so many technologies accessible to the common person that this is not an impossible task. And I've been preaching this for a long time, and we're trying to put together a core group of people. And I would like to include you in that core group of people.
Okay, yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
May I? This is Michael in Florida.
I yield. I said what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Mario, are you familiar with content management system? CMS?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, CMS, yeah.
Which of the three main ones do you prefer? Joomla, WordPress, what do you like?
Hey, Michael, would you say, are you suggesting that WordPress is a contact management system?
There are two WordPresses. Are you aware of that?
No.
Because I get this response very often. Yeah, WordPress is both a web platform for building your own website, and it's also a content management system, like Joomla.
Wait, are you saying contact or content?
Content. CMS.
Oh,
it's referred to as CMS.
Oh, yeah, but you also have another CMS that's contact management system, and you're saying content management system. Right, for sales.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You clarified that. Go ahead.
So Mario, have you ever used Joomla or WordPress content management system?
I was using contact management.
Contact
Which
management?
one?
Yes.
Which one?
Which one?
Content or contact?
Contact.
Well,
contact management.
He said contact.
Okay. Contact management. Yeah, I'm very familiar with contact management systems. Go ahead, Michael.
Okay, so you're not familiar with the content management of Joomla or WordPress?
No, with those ones, no.
Okay, all right. Because let me ask this question now to Abraham. Abraham, do you feel that this web version, this website version that you envision, is it something that's going to need to be coded or wrote in HTML, or is it?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's plug and play.
Okay, and what plugins? See, I'm surprised you didn't know about WordPress CMS, because that's their big thing. They have plugins for every need under the sun. Like I have on my website, I have a plugin called BuddyPress, and it's a community plugin that facilitates organizing a large scale of people based upon many variable factors that you can tailor to your need.
Can I ask you a quick question, Michael? Is it at all similar to Microsoft Project Management?
I'm not sure.
Because Microsoft Project Management, if you're building a shopping center or mall and you have all kinds of contractors and they all have to converge together on all the different systems it takes to build a mall or a skyscraper, Microsoft, Project Management is considered the pinnacle of perfection when it comes to those kinds of projects. And if we could find one that can function in the conference environment, we've hit it. That's it. That's all you need. But go ahead.
Right. Well, that's where I'm coming from. The site that I paid to have it built, is UnitedCountiesOfAmerica.com, and it's a site designed in a fashion to tailor to a community of states and counties and political jurisdictions of townships and precincts.
Is it scalable?
And congressional districts. Yeah, absolutely, it's scalable.
Well, then that sounds like, and you could put different plugins, right? You can plug in almost any kind of module you need.
Yeah, I can put in polling plugins, voting plugins.
Can it do video conferencing? Can it hold recordings of video conferencing there as well?
We could if we accommodate the site for it. Yeah, at this time I'm not accommodating of that idea yet, but that's in the motion. That's the idea. To create.
Well, that sounds very good, Michael.
Yeah, it's a virtual Congress. I call it a county Congress.
Yeah. What about using VPN tunnel? Tunneling connection between, and that time is not trackable too.
Mario, is VPN, is that exclusively for security protocols?
Yes.
Okay, because VPN for security protocols, yeah, that's almost a given. A lot of these large organized structures on the internet have built-in security systems. So, Michael, the built-in security for that, so you can have levels of security, you can have that built into that system you're talking about, right?
Yeah, with BuddyPress, exactly. It has variations of security and authority to the users. Good.
What about building a list about what actually we need to have as a connectivity, and trying to create step by step, creating the function.
Mario, that's a brainstorming project, Mario, to figure out a bullet point list of everything we needed to do so that it would function seamlessly and our will be manifest in the website. That would be a session of brainstorming to figure out that list you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I had my web designer replicate this website so that I can reproduce it, hundreds of times inexpensively, very cheaply. I have
when
it
you say
in the
reproduce,
box.
when you say Mike, when you say reproduce, do you mean mirror? To mirror it, it can be mirrored.
No, it's an actual. I have the website in a box. I can replicate it as many times as I want.
So you can change the nature or the functionality in the replication?
That would have to be modified, but the site as it is right now would operate for states, counties, precincts, any type of jurisdiction where there is due process, consensus forming.
Mike, is there an animation or like a is there an animation that shows how this thing functions with all its modules? Like if somebody was going to buy the thing and they wanted to see how it functioned in real time, the variables and how they are unfold in that protocol. Is there some sort of an animation where it shows a quick overview of how that works?
Yeah, you would just have to Google BuddyPress theme for WordPress, and you would just have to go on their marketplace and test a couple of the sites. You know, they give you test runs that you can look at and examine. And another plugin we installed was for content providers, people that write articles or want to post in the forum. So often when you post in a forum, you just get a name. That's all. But the way this works is the plugin is called bbPress, and bbPress is simply a way to give the content provider a way to market himself or herself, show a thumbnail picture, an image or a photograph of themselves, and then a brief bio and links to their work. And you would be given a page on the site or multiple pages, whatever you want to take.
So Mike, real quick, Mike, if you were going to have a professional maintain that, so you don't have to be distracted with the maintenance of it, what would it cost to have an IT guy on hand on a monthly basis to monitor and adapt and keep that thing running properly? Is that a $500 a month expense, a $200 a month expense? What do you think?
WordPress is very inexpensive and easy for most people to use and maintain. So you've got a minimum expense compared to other alternatives. The people that are available to maintain a WordPress site are plentiful, and the rates are very affordable. That's why I chose WordPress. Yeah. I spent a long time investigating what kind of a content management system I wanted, and it's definitely by far the most favorable for economic and affordability.
Well, I would certainly like to explore that in great detail. I'll be doing some serious homework on that platform.
Yeah, yeah. So the best way is on Office 365. That is actually the better engine
Mario,
for WordPress.
Can you say that again, Mario? Mario, can you say the name of that again? What was the name of that?
Yeah. So it's an Office 365. And
Office.
You can.
Product.
Yes.
Okay. Office 365?
Yeah, Office 365, or you can use an Azure AD. Azure?
Yeah, Azure is a virtual database, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's penetrable though. It has backdoors, and it's Israel is very involved in that. I would not trust it. It's
well, what about using TeamViewer? TeamViewer, you can even share.
Very limited.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to have a scalable platform. We must be able to enlarge it and accommodate.
It has to be scalable. It has to be intuitive. It also has to be very intuitive.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think we need to brainstorm this and think tank this, Michael, and it's going to take perhaps maybe a month. I would like to be able to figure it out sooner, but the sooner we get this thing up and we figure out how these conferences need to unfold and the human quality of the thing, the quality of people interaction, that's the tricky part.
What about Zoom meetings?
Zoom meetings are very good, but you might be able to use that as a plug-in or as a sideline, but it's not really considered a content or contact management system, and it's not really a platform designed to be scalable. It's usually a one-shot deal whenever you got to do a meeting. It's not really considered a very fleshed out, very large, scalable, intuitive platform for running a community organization. Zoom is really a video conferencing platform, and it has some extension to it that can function a little more comprehensively. And it could be a component. But most of the components that are designed to do this already have a Zoom platform-like built into it.
Okay. Yeah, that's really challenging.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let me. If I could take the floor for a moment, I want to explain something. I had a computer shop for about 10 years, and I was in the computer industry for about 15. And I used to read all the journals and all the magazines, not all of them, but a good percentage of them. And I got to read a lot of editorial content of what these types of systems would look like. And when you have an international conglomerate that are doing acquisitions and mergers, this is the most highly funded, where the most money that is used to create international empires, right? And they do their board, when they have all these people from all these different interests come together to do mergers and acquisitions, right? I read an editorial article about the type of software that these guys use. And the editor-in-chief of this particular magazine, I think it was PC Magazine, the editor-in-chief described his experience when he was invited to examine how this software was working in real time. And so they invited him to do an exploration of the software and write a review on it. And the editor-in-chief said it was like looking into the mind of God when he saw all the skill sets in the mergers and acquisitions from these very large international conglomerate corporations looking to buy and sell interests around the world, and they were using the software so they didn't have to have these board meetings anymore, and they could do it all through the software. When the editor-in-chief said he saw that software working, and this was about 10 years ago, right? He said it was like looking into the mind of God when he saw what was moving on that screen. That's what we need.
Yeah, so I think we really need to use kind of AI system. You know, we need to have a storage space, a lot of storage space.
That's one component.
Yeah. So. Yeah, we may need some.
That's where my focus is, and so anybody who wants to assist in that focus, that's where my primary focus is: building the freedom movement, but bringing to bear the most. And it doesn't have to be expensive, because they have clones of all this high-powered software. They have clone cheap versions of it. We just got to figure out what that is. And once we do, and then we fix the human component on the because that would be the technological component. And once we fix the human interactive component, that's it. Deal done. Game over.
Yeah.
Then we could organize tens of thousands overnight.
If I can jump in just briefly, I'd like to mention that I've got a dedicated server. I don't think it's shared. I think it's dedicated. I'm paying $70 a month for that. But I don't have the computer skills to tweak it in the proper manners. And I used to have computer help, but they were not able to continue with me. And so I've got a server sitting here that can be used, can be expanded. I'm paying regularly for it. And I dearly love to work with all of you in trying to make it more effective at accomplishing our common goal. That's on the table too, that I'm willing to contribute to the cause here. I just want to say that.
Charles, that's a given.
All right. Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So that mean we have to create a database information, and inside of that server to put, to include the groups and to include people in the groups.
And the people have to be tagged.
Yeah, and that will be
of the people.
Yeah, exactly. That will be giving the functions of the members inside of the group. Like, for example, reading and modifying, or just reading, or we have to create like a collaboration list.
Absolutely.
You know about collaboration list.
100% collaboration.
Yeah. So if you don't have collaboration list, you cannot send the message in one click to hundreds, maybe thousands of people.
You understand, Mario? I have the feeling you understand exactly what we want to build.
I know what you want. but we need a very powerful system that to have a lot of internal memory and a lot of space. And for that space, we need to use an array system.
What did you say? Arrayed? What do you mean? What kind of
arrayed system? Arrayed system. So that means.
Are you saying ARID? RAID?
RAID system, yes.
Okay, right. I understand RAID. Yes, that's what the banks use.
Yeah. So, in the same way, we can create virtual memory too. But in order to create virtual memory, you really need to have a lot of internal memory inside of the system, because and that virtual memory and that virtual system, you can even create virtual system inside of the system. But you need to have.
So Mary, what do you think? Like maybe 32 gigabytes of internal memory for RAM?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, you could build a system like that. You could build a super system like that for less than $5,000. A real kick-ass system.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to allocate from inside memory, to that virtual system. So and that way is not everything going to be on one system. We're going to be on 3 or 4 or 5 different systems inside of only one system.
Mario, that sounds like you don't really like the idea of using the cloud.
Well, I had so if this cloud. The better cloud is a personal cloud. If you are going to use the cloud from Microsoft, you can expect that some valuable information stored inside of the cloud to be compromised.
Absolutely. So you're talking about a personal cloud system on a home-based system that's in your private view. It's in your home.
Exactly. That is actually a hard disk tool, that can be transformed in a virtual location, in a cloud, in a personal cloud.
Right. I get it. So Mario, do you work with anybody else who has a similar ideology with this technology and these conferences? Have you been moving in this direction where you're trying to put together a super system that's designed to have super conferences and super organizational structure? Have you been talking or working with other people along these lines?
Yeah, I have a very good friend of mine that together we're trying to build another platform. That is what we give them as a name, another platform, because it's about trying to avoid the censorship, right? What actually is happening now with what actually is happening now with Facebook.
Mario, I've been on Facebook for about 7-8 years. I've exceeded 5,000 friends many times. Some of my friends on Facebook have tens of millions of followers, and the content that I have on Facebook and the people that I'm connected with is almost a thousand different groups, and most of them are in political sciences and history, and they cover the entire spectrum of all the topics that we cover, right? And I've been noticing on my feed that I don't get no content anymore from Facebook. They have censored almost everything.
I know. So yeah, the last time when they censored me, I didn't was even able to open my Facebook page.
Wow. Hey Mario, what's your Facebook page? I'll send you mine. You send me yours, because I think that's a good place. It's a super think tank. Facebook is a super think tank.
Yeah. So my Facebook page is Marius Marciu. Is my name and my surname.
Can you
just a moment.
Can you spell it out?
Oh yes, it's M A R I U S. So this is Marius. And my family name, M A L C I U. Marius Marciu.
And what is the avatar?
The avatar is my name. It is my just a moment. The avatar is myself with sunglasses and with cover cap, and I keep on my right hand a silver coin.
Okay, I got it. I got you. I'm sending you a friend request from Abraham Duran.
Okay.
I'm sending you a friend request from Abraham Duran, and I have you there.
Yeah.
This way we can exchange information very quickly, through Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, so if you're going to watch some videos from my page, just make sure you put your seatbelt, because it's a tightened curves.
It's a what? It's a what?
Tightened curves. It will be like I'm speaking openly about everything, about any elite head. Yeah.
Okay, I sent you a friend request from Abraham Duran. It's from New York City.
Just a moment. I didn't receive it yet. No, I didn't receive it.
Okay. Maybe it has to go through 3 billion people first.
Whoa. 3 billion.
Well, that's
Oh
how
my
many people you have
goodness.
on Facebook is about 3 billion.
Yeah, so before this pandemic, I didn't was on Facebook because I totally trying to avoid Facebook. And now I have yeah, just a moment. I have not too many, but I have 2,800 almost friends, and 314 people follow me.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I have about say about 5,000 friends and about 1,500 followers. But some of the friends that I have on my Facebook have millions and millions of followers, and I have to figure out how to. I have to tap into that. I have to figure out how to tap into that. So once I have something tangible, something credible, something that's expert and superb, then I'm going to open it up to those millions of followers, and then everybody do the same thing. And hopefully, if we have a filtering process and we have our own promotion, that we could have tens of thousands of people in our own network. Now that's power.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. Imagine when you're doing a live stream video, how many viewers you can reach on that time.
You can have millions as long as you have the right comprehensive platform, the comprehensive ideas, and the right motivation. Everybody's complaining. We only have 10 people in the conference. We only have 100 people in the conference. Nobody wants to join. Bullshit. If you build the right system, you will have millions of people show up overnight.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And these things just give me an idea how to get everything get done. You know, like so much division and so many people complaining about everything's happening. People want to have a solution. People want to have a way to be followed, right?
All the brains that are interested need to be connected. It's like a hive mentality. We have to develop a hive mentality, synchronicity. You know, synchronicity, synergy, and that's what's missing. You don't have enough people synchronized. You don't have enough people in synergy. You don't have enough people collaborating together because everybody goes to this conference, goes to that group, goes to this group, and they see so much dysfunctionality, they lose interest. So when you have somebody to put together the best of everything with the weakness of nothing, that's how you do it.
Exactly.
If I might jump in here, Charles.
Charles?
Thank you. Great discussion, fellas. Abraham, I'm not sure if you're aware, and I'm not sure I heard Mario correctly, but I thought I heard you say, Mario, are you the person that designed the web page for the Canadian group, unifythepeople.ca?
No, I'm joining this group. It's already existing, this group here, unifythepeople.ca.
Do you know who engineered your web? Do you know who engineered your web page?
I don't know exactly, but I can find out.
Okay, well, no big deal. I thought it was you. Yeah, don't worry about it. But it would be interesting to know if it's easy for you to find out.
Yeah. So actually, I joined that Unify the People one already get to be formed.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly who going to manage that site.
Okay. I'm glad you've made such a good connection with Abraham here. I see Cynthia is hung in with us still. There's only the four of us on the conference anymore. if you guys have basically covered your basics here, I'd like to see if maybe Cynthia might like to talk about a few more general issues here before we kind of try to wind it up for the evening.
Very, very good subject there, Charles. Cynthia, what do you have to say about what we've been discussing?
Well, I was listening to you guys because I'm just sitting here and saying, Charles right now some of my information. But I have a good friend, but he's very busy, and they have what you call a community, and they have a platform. And I know he's very, because he's part of that, and he does things like that. And I was just listening, but they have a very large platform. And what's the name of it?
So Cynthia, do you think that what we've been discussing in the last 10 minutes would be a vital component to help develop organizational traction in the Patriot community?
Exactly, because that's the way everything's going to be going. On the internet platforms and stuff like that, that's almost...
Cynthia, have you seen systems that resemble what we're describing, that you've participated in, that you've jumped in and out of? Have you been exposed to systems like what we've been discussing?
Yes, that's what I was, some of the communities that I've been exposed to, which I haven't joined or anything like that, because I just sit back and I listen and view things as much. But I have a real, like I said, one of the person that's in one of the tribes that I think is very promising, and I like some of their ideas. We became very close, and he deals with that. He's part of that, and he handles that part of the.
Can you give me an example? Can you give me an example of a website I can go view or a platform I can go explore?
What's it? Oh God, I can't even think right now.
Well, when it comes to you, we can talk on a private conversation later, and then we can filter it out to the group. So Cynthia,
and I can also add, I know Sean. We're very close. And his name is Sean, but I know he knows about building websites and stuff like that. And
Cynthia, do you have a background, Cynthia? Do you have a background in technologies at all of this nature?
No, I'm just a wise bean.
Okay, do you have associates or friends, from what you're suggesting, that do have an interest in this field?
I have a friend that does this. They have a website. That's how I met him. Because like how I got on Charles and talk to different people and stuff like that, I do that quite a lot. I'm like a hermit. I'm in the house all the time. That's why I can sit here and listen to you all night. But yeah, we became very close, and he's very well knowledgeable about platforms and stuff like that.
Well, that's very good. That's very good. And is he also in the Patriot Freedom community as well? Does he share a lot of those interests?
He is more of what I was discussing of a tribe. We all name it differently, but it's all about communicating and know that we're one and that the system is draining us and we need to come together. So they have like a tribal community of everything to know that we're one and that we need to start being more knowledgeable about
when you get a chance, Cynthia, when you get a chance, can you look up that tribal association's main platform, if you're allowed to do so, and look it up when you have a chance, and then tell me what it is later, so that I can explore the depth and breadth of the structure that platform sits on?
Yes, I will. And I also can talk to Sean if you want me to comment on the situation or something like that, because I know he would talk to you and answer some of your questions and stuff like that. I can get him to do that, and you can see if he's, if he's what you're looking for. But I know they do that, and they have a large platform.
And how many members would you guess that community? How wide is that community?
I say about. It's not as large as what you were saying. I say about a good 20-some thousand or something like that.
20,000, and it's all focused on a specific platform?
That's something, because I started, this was many years ago, but I seem to always pull back on certain things because I just like to observe, because you get bits and pieces from different organizations. But, they really...
Cynthia, what state are you in?
South Carolina.
What city?
Pawleys
Say that
Island.
again?
Pawleys Island. Pawleys Island.
Island? Like an island?
Yes, but it calls that because it's surrounded by water, basically. Myrtle Beach is probably where you can understand better.
Oh, you're near Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, me and my girlfriend were going to buy a house in Myrtle Beach about a year ago.
Oh, I hope it wasn't my house.
Cynthia, how long have you had these interests?
Oh my God. I had this interest since I was a little girl. I used to observe every single thing, and actually I really got involved about 17 or 18 years when I picked up the Bible to find out. I was just curious about everything, but then I went all over the place. I'm just curious and always was knowledgeable about the mind, why we did what we did, why we believe what we believe.
Cynthia, would it be okay, Cynthia, would it be okay for me to fire a few quick questions at you? Rapid fire? Would that be okay?
Yeah, go for it. I can answer those.
Are you familiar at all with the work of Alvin Toffler in his book Future Shock?
No.
Okay.
Keep going because you'd be amazed. I just don't. I'm a type of person. I don't remember names. I try to get the knowledge and the understanding from it.
Have you read the book 1984? George, I think it's George Orwell, 1984.
Talk about it, and I'll tell you.
But off the top of your head, you're not familiar with the writings?
No.
What about A Brave New World?
That's not how I am so weird in so many things. I've read so many things throughout the.
I'm just curious. I'm just trying to scan for like broadband topical. What about A Brave New World?
With me, you can't call out names. We have to have discussions.
Right. Well, we'll have plenty of those, believe me. So you're in the Myrtle Beach area, you're coastal, and you're East Coast. Interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the term doublespeak?
Doublespeak?
Yeah, doublespeak.
No.
Okay. Joseph Goebbels. You've heard the name Joseph Goebbels before?
No.
Okay, we're going to have a lot to talk about.
And you might be surprised I have. I'm trying to tell you, you cannot, with me, when I study, like right now, I know so much about the Bible, and I like,
you ever heard of the Sumerian culture? Not Samaritan, yes. But the Sumerians. The Sumerians?
Yes, very much.
The Anunnaki gods?
Yes, I know all about that, yes.
Have you ever heard the name David Radius Hudson? David Hudson? Are you familiar? Have you ever heard his name before, David Hudson?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
No, listen. Talk to me about it. When you talk, I know the Palladians. I know about the Anunnaki. I know a lot of versions of what the Anunnaki in situations. I know we're in a virtual reality. I know this is Sanati. And
I've been listening to you. I've been listening to you on the phone, and it sounds like you certainly have in-depth topical topical and also depth perception on some issues. Because I've heard you touch on a couple of things that were very interesting. Have you ever visited the site Library of Alexandria? Not Alexandria with an H, Alexandria. Have you ever visited that website, Library of Alexandria?
I don't think I have.
Okay.
See, what is so curious about me and how I learn and how I study, everything basically, we're in a virtual reality, and just like what you were talking about is this game that we're playing here. And that when you ask me, we are, and you have, the Mandela effect, and you were talking about the beehive and the monkey effect and everything like that. And that's the connection that we know that we all are connected.
What about the story, Cynthia? What about the story Enlil and Enki? Are you familiar with the story of the two brothers Enlil and Enki?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's very good. Okay. Because you do, guess we'll speak on a private line later, so we can move very quickly.
Yes. You're not getting what I'm saying. I read so many things, and I do not learn, and I do not study that way. Like people call out, do you know this or know that? Or if you talk about the subject, like the Anunnakis and stuff like that, and I got like different versions, but I have one that I feel like more.
Cynthia, I intuitively get you.
Okay.
let's
I was trying to find out what the hell going on about this, who wrote the book and who did this, and you go to like when you study the Bible, people can go to all different types of verses and what chapter and this and that. I have more of I'm more focused on the understanding of it. Right, like I know that are you familiar with Andromeda?
This tribe that you were talking about, that you said it's probably near 20,000 members, perhaps. This tribal group that's into community building, and you said that the fella who is probably one of the archetypes inside that organization is familiar with internet technologies, and he put together a platform that seems to be pretty inclusive and collaborative and scalable. And what's the name of that website?
Let me go. Hold on for a minute.
And to build on that, if I might, is the group that you're talking about probably more left wing than right wing? Is that correct, Cynthia?
Actually, when it comes to metaphysics, we know better. It's not. We're neutral. You're in the middle.
Cynthia, so it sounds like you're talking about a non-dualistic organization. So they don't function in duality.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I get it. So when you transcend duality, that's when you have the better picture. You're really getting an overview when you can transcend duality. I get it.
Do they support Trump?
Do we support Trump?
Yeah.
You know what? The whole thing is, this is a game, and they're all together. But my understanding from a lot of things that I'm studying and being in metaphysics, Trump has decided to waver into showing what's going to be going on right now in the future. We say future what's taking place right now. And yes, I think my understanding, and for me understanding, and there's a lot of things behind this. So everything is cloned around here.
Hold on, Cynthia, I think what Charles is asking is, are they vocal, are they politically vocal about standing behind any presidential candidate, or is Trump as an example? Are they politically vocal in that arena? I think that's what he's asking.
Oh, not really.
I didn't think so. Okay.
But we know that Trump is, when it comes to metaphysics, and this is some of the things, that's why I'll say what Albert Blair used to always say, is my understanding from my studies, and this is what I come up with. Everything's a big lie, so therefore, what is more knowledge that you get and understanding of certain things, you make your own conclusion, because that's your own free will and your own understanding, as long as it's about unity. Because we really don't know the truth, but I just hate a fool just keep running off and say things and never even try to be open-minded to understand things. But
Cynthia, flat or ball?
Say it again?
Flat or ball?
Ball.
Ball?
Definitely. The fat earth bullshit? No, I don't know. No. You actually, to be honest with you, we on a ship here. We're not even. This is not. I don't want to get too much. I believe that this is a virtual reality. And why you see things, Mandela. That's why they call it die twice, right? And because
I know the story. I've looked into it.
Okay. So therefore, what I'm trying to tell you about this situation here, because we're in a continuum, and you go up and down timelines. Like when you watch these movies, these things are actually going on here. That's why a lot of people, when we're talking about, that's why I was saying we're never going to get to the root of the problem till we understand.
When you said movies. Are you familiar with the term predictive programming?
Yes.
Okay. How about controlled opposition? Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Okay. Social engineering, are you familiar with that?
Yes, that's it. Of course. Right now, you know that they have like scalar weapons and all types of situations that you think you go in the hospital for. Why do you think that they're giving you poison, everything that you eat, everything that you do? Why do you think that people think, oh, I have to survive by money? Because it's about the fear technology, and you're nothing but energy, and that's why they put you in fear and flight to survive, because we let off this type of energy, this furnace that.
So you've heard the term the archons. You've heard the term the archons?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Okay, are you familiar with Monsanto and what they do in the agribusiness?
Exactly.
Okay, so Mario, you there still, Mario?
Mario's gone.
Mario fell asleep? Okay.
Mario, no, he's gone. He hung up.
Oh, okay. So Charles, is there anything else you wanted to ask Cynthia?
Charles.
Charles, she sounds up your alley. She's got like a lot of Bible-based, a lot of Bible-centric.
If you'd slow down driving the conversation, Abraham, I could interact with Cynthia a little bit more.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, brother. Cynthia, I think Abraham made an ambiguous reference to ball or flat. I don't think I think it's unlikely that you picked up on what he was ambiguously trying to reference. I think he was ambiguously trying to reference.
Oh, no, Charles, she got it, Charles. Believe me, she got it.
Cynthia, can you tell me what Abraham was referencing when he said ball or flat?
I was thinking he was talking about if the earth was round or flat. And most people that think the earth is flat is basically now because it's a big joke that they are.
Okay. I stand corrected, Abraham. You're right. She did comprehend. I apologize.
Charles, she definitely slammed the flat earth. And she's definitely in favor of the balls.
I was generally interpreting it that way. But
360. You want to tell you about the Visca Pisca? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. I have a bad problem with that.
Cynthia, say that again. I missed what you said.
I said everything's all around 360. Remember I did a demonstration of the Visca Pisca, the Pisca Pisca.
The Pesica, or the Pesica, what is it? The Vesica Pisces.
Yes. And
the
see,
Vesica
that's an example right there where I was talking about that the Freemasons use. Huh?
Cynthia, hold on, Cynthia. So for you to mention Vesica Pisces, that means you have some grounding and familiarity with sacred geometry.
No, I'm familiar with it. I'm familiar with it, and I understand it on a different level than on that. When I look for things and I study, I try to make it as simple. I don't try to get into the
when you say Vesica Pisces, that's an arc from the flower of life.
Exactly.
That's an arc from the flower of life. Are you familiar with the flower of life symbol?
Yes.
Okay, so then that means you have some grounding on sacred geometry.
In a sense, I have good understanding of a lot of different things when I study. Just like when I start listening about the law situation, I could understand it because of metaphysics, and I know the control and everything else in the game. So it was very hard for me.
Have you ever seen the image Metatron's cube?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's excellent.
And,
okay.
I also studied basically the Hindu religion and about the chakras.
Yeah, the chakras. Yeah, about 40 years ago, I was trying to be a yogi.
Actually, I sit under the tree a lot too, and I can talk to the trees.
Yeah, I think the trees can hear you because I've seen some experiments on the energy fields around a tree and how they can pick up, EEG machines can pick up the energy fields of a tree. They almost can read our minds.
Actually, they are. You know, I call my little doggies that I have, even I see Charles have a cat. They're furry humans. Do no harm to know a sentient beings, and they're a sentient beings.
Well, the Egyptians thought they were gods.
Actually, dolphins are very, very. I mean, we look at animals, but they're.
Cynthia, I was just looking at a dolphin brain a few hours ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I listen to dolphins.
It's bigger. It's much bigger than a human brain.
Oh yes, they're very, very. That's what I was saying to you that when I was talking about. See, the whole thing is with this the dark forces. And we all think it's about money and all that. It's not about money because they took money out of the system. It's about controlling the soul. And even Biden, which is dead, that's a holograph, he said, one of his, and people don't pick up on these things, he said, we at war with the souls. I need your soul. When you go out, that's why you say if I'm politically, situations and stuff, every time you sign your name on something, and that's why when they do things, even in commerce, they have certain ways of doing it because they know that we are the most powerful thing.
Rituals.
Exactly.
They teach writing. That's what they teach writing. They're rituals.
Exactly. You know, I'll give you another thing to think about. You have all these churches around, but you also see in every corner. You know why it's doing that? Just like how you go into a courtroom. Anything that these 1% and they allow you to do it. If one man has certain knowledge, they kill him. But they got masses of people. Everything that people do in a mass right now, that's why things are changing and we're becoming aware of it. It was dominantly controlled by them. Your schools, your churches, everything. Just like when you go in that courtroom and you say certain words and you do certain things, it means something different. When you go in your church, and when I tell people that now, and I say, you go to church, you're doing black magic. Drink. Listen to what I'm saying. And I'm not an atheist. I'm not an atheist.
Right. I believe you.
When you go in there and you drink the blood and eat the flesh, it's things that you do, even the music, is a ritual. It's a ritual.
Cynthia, are you familiar with adrenochrome?
Yes, they drink it.
Okay, Charles, I'll turn it over to you because I think I've bombarded her quite a bit.
Oh, I can talk. I'm like a hermit. I went within because my I don't know what to call him. We've been together for 15 years, but my ex, my husband, he passed away, and that's why I'm going through this foreclosure situation right now. And I really went within a whole lot, because actually I watched them kill him in the hospital.
Yeah, they killed my son. They killed my son in the hospital too.
And I try to call, and this is how dumb people are. When the doctors say they couldn't tell me anything because I know his health. I know what was going on with him. They try to lie, and I started. I mean, they even tried to give him medicine that was on the black list and stuff, and try to change his. I mean, I would not leave his side. They had me thrown out of the hospital because I refused, and I was calling people trying
They threw me out of the hospital too. They had a SWAT team on me.
They threw me out of the hospital and killed him the next day because I was trying to get him out of there.
That is exactly what they did to me. They threw me out of the hospital and killed my son the next day. Interesting coincidence.
And I try to tell these people, I say, they're killing him. I said, I don't know. And he had negative O blood. They were taking his blood like crazy. I stopped them from doing all types of stuff. I had to knock down medicine because I said don't give him nothing because I was there 24/7 unless I know about it. Every time they did something, I had my computer right there, figuring out wouldn't stop. One doctor that put him on that black list medicine or whatever that just numb the body and just kill all your organs and stuff like that. He put him on that and refused to come back because I wanted to talk to him because I knock it down. as I sleep at night, they try to sneak in the room because I won't leave out. I couldn't leave out the room.
Cynthia, what did they say the cause of death was?
They said pneumonia. They put him on the ventilator.
Did he go brain dead at all?
No, he could not talk. But see, I believe I used to do like different healing and stuff, like energy healing and stuff like that, because I believe in energy healing. And I would do like different points and stuff with him.
Yeah.
In the hospital, and then he started doing physical therapy and stuff like that. And he was getting better. And the day they came, because they won't give me his medical records, they won't show me anything. They were telling me all these lies. And when I was getting him that,
how old was he?
He was 87.
He was 87?
Yes. 40-some years older than I am.
Was he, before he went into the hospital, was he in walking condition? Was he able to walk?
Very much. Yes. He did not have any health problems. He woke up one morning and he was complaining about chest pain. And he was very healthy, but he was coming down with Parkinson's. And we started studying on that and realized that Parkinson's they do not try to solve anything. Parkinson's starts, like you can fall or hurt yourself.
Cynthia, did he teach you a lot?
Oh my God, Robert was a psychiatrist. Oh. And when I met him, that's when I was first getting involved in the Bible. And I was very curious, and he was my mentor. And we studied the Bible a lot. And actually, I changed his viewpoint about a lot of stuff. He started teaching me, so we started teaching each other because I was very open-minded. I didn't let somebody tell me something. I had to really feel that it was true. I explored it a little bit more.
What kind of work did he do? What kind of work? You said he was a psychiatrist?
Yes, he was a counselor.
Okay, Charles, I have a few things to attend to. I'm going to have to sign off. Cynthia, we got our numbers. Perhaps another day, pretty soon, we can get into a conversation about anything of interest. But Charles, I'm going to be signing off in a moment. Charles, I think Mario, you said signed off. I'm going to follow up with Mario. I think there's some good traction there, and I think that it'll be very good for Michael and Mario and me. And you might want to be in on it, that kind of a small focus group that we were going to have. And Cynthia, I would like for you to get back to me with that website that you were talking about, with that tribal community kind of harmonizing platform that you were referring to. If you get a chance to find that when we get into a conversation on the side, if you can remember to get me that information, I would love to explore that. But I'm going to have to sign off now. Charles, I'll speak to you later on this evening. Michael, if you're there, I'll talk to you later. All right.
Yeah, we'll talk later. Michael's gone. Bye. How are you holding up, Cynthia?
Actually, right now I'm like trying to do whatever you need and whatever needs to be done. I went to UPS today because I had some things I wanted, so that's why I'm sending you the stuff like this, because I don't know how to do it in the PDF form unless it's on the computer.
Okay. So are you saying you're going to send me some hard copy in the mail or what?
Actually, I went to UPS to have it done so I can send it on the internet. But they closed at 12 o'clock today, and I didn't know that.
Okay, so you are going to get it scanned in at UPS?
Yes.
Okay, I comprehend.
Okay, I was going to do it today. And I went there around about 2 o'clock because they usually close like 5 or something like that. But I guess because of the coronavirus, they're changing up timing and stuff. So they were closed at 12 when I went there. So what I did was, I don't know if you checked your email or not. I'm sending you what the lawyer have sent me.
I did check my email. I saw the 3 pages that you sent me from your cell phone.
Yes, No, I thought I said no. I sent it. Yeah. Yeah, all of it because I took pictures of it and I put it on. This is how because I'm not that good with the computer and stuff. So what I did was I took pictures of it and I put it on my email and sent it to you.
Yeah, I got those 3 pictures.
And I'm sending you more stuff as they were talking and I was listening. I was sending you more. What I did was I sent you all 3 of the the first letter that they sent me about appearing at court, which they don't have like you will see, they have my name on nothing. They're still saying that it's nothing that I can do to be recognized that I exist in this situation. Because when I go to the probate, they keep telling me I got to go. Well, when I went there to appear to say I have interest in this property, that I told you before, they said I have to go to the probate office and go over his estate. So when I go to the probate office, they say I need more information before I can go over his estate, which I can never find the information. I got a marriage license. I have a banking account, a joint banking account together. I have the VA saying that I'm his wife.
Cynthia, now's not the time to read off the list of evidence. I'm sure you've got a lot of evidence. Our problem is with the corrupt judges. Our problem isn't that you don't have enough evidence.
Exactly.
Okay, so we're going to be writing them letters. We're going to be getting in their face, and we're going to be telling them that they're going to burn in hell if they don't respect your right. Okay, it's all in the tone. It's in the manner in which we choose our words. If you remember the biblical book of Revelation, Jesus is described of his tongue comes out of his mouth and it cuts like a 2-edged sword.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what we're doing. We've got truth and justice on our side, and we've got God on our side, and these guys are a bunch of devil worshippers, and they're going to run scurrying like rats.
You know, the whole point is, right now for me, I am so fed up with these people doing all this crap, and you know, like people walking around, they got us like zombies, the majority of, that's why we cannot unite. If you talk to people and you telling them that's not going to happen, what you think you're going to get a house free, or you think this, you know, they're taking away your soul. That's why they have the system. But in order for them to do that, they had to have a counter reaction, because they can't do one thing without having us a way of getting out of that. And so what they did, they put us in the school system not to learn us, but to train us.
Yeah.
And that's why they don't even have economics. I remember when I was going to school, there were economics in there. To teach you nothing. I mean, the generation, I remember, I hear this guy was talking about history and how these people, when they were 12 years old, now our kids, 18 and 19 years old, don't know how to function in this world. It's almost like they're still babies.
Yeah. Yeah, we got problems. But there's a big difference between the average American and us. We've been doing our spiritual homework. The vast majority of Americans have not been doing their spiritual homework. So we got to set the example for the rest of them.
Oh, trust me, I know that, because I'm like, but I have like, that's why I probably was running my mouth so much when I do start talking about it, because I'm like, I don't talk about it or anything like that. I have to, my surroundings with me right now, if I say too much, I will look like I'm crazy, or, you know, the communication will be like, what are you talking about? You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I sent you, so you say that we're going to start sending paperwork and everything?
Yeah.
So that's why I was trying to send you out, so you can get an overview of what's going on. And I went on the website that I said I was going to send you the information on, the cold case, and they keep having, this would happen. Robert also, he was a psychiatrist, but he started building houses and selling them. And he what happened was, and this is another game, I don't know what's going on, this guy Hunter Brown around here taking up all the properties and everything. Well, what happened was he had accountant over his property, a real estate manager and stuff like that, and was taking care of his business. Well, when the guy passed away and Robert was getting ready to get his stuff and find out what was going on, there was no money. Everything was gone, and the guy was dead. We got lawyers. We spent so much money, didn't find the money, nothing. His estate and home associate, he bought some land for $108,000. Well, it was $80,000. He bought that land, and the guy that was the accountant and the real estate guy that was handling his affairs did not pay the bill. So Home Associates, Wedgefield Home Associates, got the property for $5,000, $108,000 worth of property.
Yeah.
And when we sold the house, because evidently I see Wedgefield had like a judgment on Robert, and when we sold the house that they had a lien on for $108,000, when we sold that house, they got their $108,000. And the property, well, the bank got the $108,000, and the property went to Home Associates. But now I see that Home Associates have interest in this property, and they still have a judgment. Why would they have a judgment when they already got paid? And they got Home Associates as an interest to this property. That's why when I...
Okay.
I'm sending you all this information. They got Home Associates as an interest to this property. Because, see, none of the kids are even taking up anything to do with this property. None of his kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the only one that's coming forward, and they're not allowing me to even, I was amazed what was going on, because I thought I can just go in there, but I was like, okay, you got your information, proof of marriage, you all been together. And I didn't think anything of it until when I went there, they just turned me around each time, and I just couldn't understand it. And actually, like I told you, when he passed away, it was very hard for me, because I watched them kill him in the hospital, and I kind of like went into myself. And he passed away in 2019. So I didn't even have time to really think about grieving, and these wolves coming at me at the same time.
Yeah.
So I had like, and then they telling me that I can't be over this house. I can't, like, he passed away. I don't have him anymore, and now they're telling me that I have no connection. I don't exist.
Yeah, they're a bunch of vultures.
But I'm just curious why Home Associates have interest in this property, because they already been paid when we sold the last house. They took it straight out. But actually, they got the property, the lots that he was going to build other houses on. They got that property, and because we paid them paid the bank $108,000. And another thing too, with this loan, and when I send you this paperwork, we first had the loan with Palmetto Heritage. Then they transferred over to First Citizen. And when they transferred over to First Citizen, that's why when I was looking at the paperwork, I said they started foreclosure through Palmetto Heritage. The lawyer sent me papers talking about foreclosure and the loan. When First Citizen had already owned the loan, as you can see even on the date. I don't know if that makes a difference or not. I don't know if that makes a difference, but you will see that in the situation how they have the paperwork.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sent me a notice. The lawyer first sent me a notice saying they were representing Palmetto Heritage when I had the loan with First Citizen, because they had already transferred to First Citizen. So I thought that was weird. And then now they're sending me everything in First Citizen. But when they sent it through Palmetto, I was already, because they had the date, because they sent you a letter. I had the letter showing where they were transferring the loan over to First Citizen Bank.
Yeah. A lot of that will be much more. I'll be able to help a lot more with that, those kind of details, after I've looked at more of your documents, Cynthia.
Yes. I'm sending you, and I'm also going to send you the deed, because I have that on PDF. Mortgage.
All right.
Yeah, I want you to look at that. And what I did was, what the guy had me to do, it was put a lien on this property, right? Yeah. And I did the lien, say that I did the upkeep of this property for 11 years. So he told me, this is what he told me to do. He said, do a lien, and I did it through the notary, and I get, and stuff like that, what you will see on the paperwork. But one thing that I left out, and I don't know if it makes a big deal, when they say the description, I just gave the description of the land, and I see that every paperwork that they gave me was a description of the land plus the situation at the bottom about Robert and the lawyer convened to Robert. And I think I should have put that there in that lien as well, because even though I got a clock in, they don't show it on the records of having a lien against, because I did the lien against First Citizen. But I had the guy.
I thought the lien should have been placed against the property.
That's what I did. I placed it against the property and everything, because I got the property map and everything. But now I'm having somebody, when they were looking on it, I was like, why is not on? Well, you can look at it, because I'm going to send that to you also. Why is not on record that a lien is on this property? And somebody is saying because I didn't put Robert, what I did, I'll show you what I did.
Yeah, that'd be easier.
Say it again?
Send me copies of the documents. That'd be easier, just send me copies of the documents.
That's what I'll do. I'll send, then after you look over, we can discuss it better, because me going over this and that and you haven't seen anything, you're just like yapping.
Yeah, our time is precious. And we've had kind of a marathon conference here, too. It usually doesn't get quite as heated as you heard during the first part there. But go ahead.
No, actually, I'm bored. So therefore, I was like, I'm a very, even though I talk a lot and I can be aggressive, because I will take my stand, but I am like a rattlesnake with no poison. I like to call them like that, but I will stand my grounds and stuff like that. And people don't, when you're at this position, and I know it's not bad, we all have soul trauma. They have tricked us all. It's a bunch of bullshit. And it's almost like you're sitting in the house and having a battle with your brothers and your sisters. You know what I'm saying? But so we're all trying to figure this out. But one thing that for me, just listen, that's why I keep bringing this to people, even on other places and stuff like I talk. One thing that we have to realize, we're going to have to come to a common ground, because we got a bunch of snakes out there. That's why these 1% was able to control us, because we go separate. It's not about having a nice little crawl, but we have to know when we got to unite and fight against them. Because if we keep fighting against each other.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
And this is the point I tried to make earlier, but I don't think you've gotten it. There are many people among our patriot community that are here to subvert us and obstruct us. You don't seem to comprehend that we got our own filtering work. You can't just say we're all together like that. You say that much too frequently. Some of us are devil worshipers. They're not part of our team. And they pretend like they're part of our team real efficiently. but when it comes right down to the real issues, they show their true colors, and that's where we have to make our decisions. That's why I indulged the serious heated debate between Michael and Lewis here earlier, because one of them might be a serious devil worshiper, and we don't know until the heat gets turned up that high.
Well, that's understandable. That's very much. You tell, and you know what? I understand exactly what you're saying, because I always told my son this. I said, people can say anything out of their mouth, but you watch what they do in their action. They're like Jesus said, the fruit of their labor.
Yeah. Okay, well.
So I totally understand that.
Okay, excellent. I do have a few other duties I'd like to attend to this evening. I've enjoyed our conversation immensely, and I look forward to working on the case with you and joining forces politically and all that. But I think we should end the formal conference here, and just looking forward to talking maybe tomorrow or early next week or something. And you're going to send me some more emails with some more documents, right?
Yeah, I'm going to send you as much as I can, and then Monday, because they don't open or whatever, we can go from there and stuff like that. But I'm the type of person, the more information that you got what's going on, the better everything is, so you can make the best choice and we can, bring it together.
That sounds like an excellent plan, Cynthia.
All right, so you have a wonderful night, because I can sit here and talk to you all night.
I enjoy our conversations too. All right, well, let me push the